Type of moon. Purely coincidental. Continue. Continue! Honestly, I'm going to go selfish here. Because, like, either of these two answers unfortunately reveals too much about her. And she wouldn't be able to answer me, is what I'm thinking. So we're just going to go with this. Well, I don't want to complain about this training. But I also think that if there's some sort of secret move I could learn that might let me get through this training, I might be more enthusiastic about sparring against Saber. Saber, hear me out. You think so? Well, I guess I want to ask you for a favor. I have some high hopes for it. I have some high hope for it, but let me get to the point. There's something I want you to teach me. And again, I feel like this is a better bonding chance than it is for the other two. Because her wish and her history, again, are not the best choices to go for here. Saber thinks it's a serious conversation, so she sits in front of me in a formal seiza position. Something like that. Saber regards me seriously. I feel like I already know what's going to happen next in the next few seconds here. But I should go for broke and ask anyway. I'm actually really serious about this, so I want you to hear me out and please not get mad. Okay, I'm going to take you at your word. So, is there some sort of secret technique I could learn that would let me take down a servant? It'd be great if it were strong enough to take even you down. Saber stops breathing. Saber's brow doesn't move so much as a millimeter. I knew it couldn't be that easy, right? Sorry, I apologize. It was my bad. I was only joking. So I'd really appreciate it if you just understood I was kidding and pretended you didn't hear any of that. Just then, Saber grins wickedly. Saber? I might be imagining things, but you seem to have an evil smile on your face that doesn't quite fit you. Ah! Every hair on my body stands on end. Yeah. I retreat instinctively, but Saber closes this between us, not allowing me to escape. Well, you see, Saber, are you mad? I am a dead man. If Saber and I were actually to fight right now, I'd die. Hold it. Let's calm down, Saber. I regret what I said. I have a pretty good idea why you're mad, too. Saber gets to her feet. I quickly sit up straight, just as Saber had been. Gonna brace myself for the worst. Saber takes a deep breath. And... I mean, is there a technique? Oof. The sheer volume is wreaking havoc on my poor ears. I had no idea her yelling alone could paralyze me. No human could ever shout so loud. It's like the roar of a beast. A lion. Sorry, I said I regret my actions. Saber, you're stronger than me. I just thought maybe you knew some kind of sword skill even amateurs could learn. Yeah, I also figured that, but maybe. Yeah, she's still mad. I know, I got it. So, can you tone it down a bit? I show her how bad I feel about this and clap my hands together like I'm praying for her forgiveness. Saber continues scolding me. I stepped on the lion's tail and incurred her wrath. I'll just keep my mouth shut and endure Saber's scolding. Anyway, now that we've talked a bit, my body's cooled down, so we should get back to training. Saber, let's go again. I've had a chance to rest. Of course I'm in pain. It's fine, just bruises, so I can deal with it. Besides, I'm healing automatically now anyway. It's fine, I want to do more before Tosaka comes home. I wouldn't want her seeing me in this state. Pick up the pace. Saber picks up her shinai from the floor. But then, a really out-of-place sound echoes through the dojo. Saber? I think her stomach is growling. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, it's lunchtime. I can't blame her for her stomach growling. I'm not that hungry yet, but if Saber is, we should have lunch. And if during that time I heal more, that's even better. Hey, it's lunchtime anyway. I'll go buy some groceries so you can rest in the living room. Peace. I'll be fine. I'm just going to do shopping to the shopping district nearby. No one will attack me in broad daylight, and you might just attract more attention if you did come with me. No, but I can't tell you that. I'm sure. Just wait here and I'll be right back. I grab my wallet and head out. It doesn't take more than 10 minutes to get to the shopping district by bike. The bicycle I take from the garage today is Unit 2. Unit 1 is still parked out in front of Ryudo Temple. The fact that he has two bikes is kind of wild. I bike down the hill. I haven't gone to the shopping district midday on a weekday since I was a kid. The intersection is packed with housewives returning from midday shopping. They're coming from the neighborhood shopping center Sakura and I frequent. I finished buying a bag of groceries. Enough food to make lunch for two and a light snack. I don't buy anything for dinner since Tasaka's in charge of that tonight, but I do buy enough bread for 4 for tomorrow's breakfast. Don't know how to make strawberry jam, so I'll reach for the cheapest. Well, no. That might get some complaints. So I'll go for the expensive jar instead. Damn. This is really eating into my wallet. Why the hell do I have to spend 1,000 yen on something so sugary? I load the groceries onto my bike as I grumble. But then, I feel someone tugging at me from behind. I turn around, wondering who it is. Standing there is a silver-haired little girl. You're... I stumble backward, knocking over my bike. While I brace myself, the girl just looks up at me with a smile. What? I can't sense so much as a hint of animosity or murderous intent from her. To top it all off, the little girl says, she looks so happy. The hell? She's definitely Berserker's master. She's the master of the monster who almost tore me in half with a single blow. Not the sort of person I expect to just run into in the shopping district in the middle of the day. You're not planning to fight here, are you? The little girl pouts. She's certainly acting like the little girl she seems to be. I have no idea what she must be thinking. I can at least sense that she doesn't pose any threat, though. You're... Me, I'm Shiro Emiya. Nobody's ever said it like that. If it's hard to remember, just call me Shiro. That's my first name. It's haughty? How is it haughty? Ilias Veal looks at me suggestively. Gah! I find myself shifting my weight so I can ready to run in an instant purely by instinct. She is Berserker's master. If she gets it in her head, she can probably just order him to crush me along with the florist next to me. So what you're saying is, time to punt the child. Oh, never mind. Beastfield looks up at me cheerfully. Well, I'm not sure even is the right word. G. The little girl tugs on my arm, as if she were taking her father's hand. Wait. What's the big deal? Is this some sort of new strategy you thought up? That may be true, but that doesn't really apply to us. We're both masters, and we've already fought each other before. We're actually enemies. She smiles wide as she says this. Just stay back, okay? What's wrong with you? I jerk my arm to throw Iliasville's hand off. She's about to fall. She nearly falls flat on her back because of how hard I shook her. Oh crap, Ilya! Don't know why I did that. The next thing I know, I'm reaching for Iliasville. Her name is too long. Ilya's waist. And I try to catch her before she falls to the ground. I lower Ilya to the ground without saying a thing. Ilya is silent. I don't know what to say myself, so I just stand there looking down at Ilya. Well, this is awkward. So awkward, in fact, that I'm about to just turn around and leave, but then... She asks for the same glow in her red eyes that she had when she spoke to me the other night, when she was with Berserker. A chill runs down my spine. I sensed no danger earlier, but she's just reminded me that she's still Berserker's master. If I cross her, I'm dead. I'd never be able to face Saber if I died in vain here, and everyone in the shopping district would get dragged into this as well. Yeah, that's a safe bet. Ilya's waiting to use her powers anywhere. Or willing to use her powers anyway. Fine, you just want to talk, right? I'll do what you want then, so will that be alright, Ilya? That's even worse. Ilya skips off toward the park. Ilya spins around as she runs through the shopping district. She really did go ahead without me. I'm more moved than I am confused. Apparently, once you promise Ilya something, she treats this as an absolute truth. That's why she just skipped off so happily. It's also why, even though she left me behind, I don't even consider taking the opportunity to run for it. I'd already promised her that I was going to talk with her, and she clearly trusts that. What's with her? She sure is unstable. Then again, I haven't yet gotten to the age where I'm so cynical as to betray a little girl's trust. Ilya and I are the only two in the park, a little ways from the shopping district. Kids are in school at this hour, or maybe the park's not as popular anymore. Our conversation begins in the tense, wintry air of the park. So let's talk. What do you want to talk about? Do you want to know about Saber? We're masters. Don't you want to get information about the other servants? I don't really find anything in particular boring, but okay, what do you think is fun? Good talk. So you brought me out here not knowing what to talk about. Didn't anyone teach you to think before you act? They didn't, did they? Then from now on, you're going to be a proper, thoughtful adult. She smiles and leans against my shoulder. She doesn't seem like she's being touchy-feely. If anything, it's like a small animal huddling against something to stay warm. Huh? Now that I'm paying more attention, she does look cold. Ilya, are you cold? She breathes out a puff of white mist. Though she says she doesn't like the cold, she seems enchanted by her misting breath. I see. It's a lot colder than usual today. You'll just have to endure the cold for now, but where did you come from? Your name sounds kind of noble or something. Huh? You were born in a cold country? Shouldn't you be used to the cold then? I actually prefer cold, but that's fine. Yeah, obviously, I'd rather be warm than cold. I will have to disagree with you there. I clapped my hands together in wonderment. Now that you mention it, I realized something. I didn't know what Ilya reminded me of, but if ever there was such a thing as a snow fairy, it'd probably look like her. Your dad's pretty clever. Your hair is like snow, soft and white.
でしょこの髪はね、イリアの自慢なんだから。私の中で唯一女の子らしい母様譲りの髪なんだ。
Ilya giggles joyfully. Seeing her acting this way leaves me numb. If I hadn't already seen it for myself, I'd never believe this girl could be Berserker's master.
ねえ、シロはお父さんから譲ってもらったものってあるの？あ、魔術刻印っていうのはなしよ。マスターとしてじゃなくて、お父さんとして譲ってもらったものだよ。
Me? I guess the last thing I got from him was the house. Before that was my last name, and the first thing I got was a chance at living again when I was about to die. I was the only one Kiritsugu managed to save in that fire 10 years ago. Let's see, I didn't get any physical features like you did from your parents, but I think I got plenty of things that were just as good. Ilya looks delighted, as if it were a story about her. Who wouldn't be happy seeing a smile like that?
でも今の話だと、シロは魔術刻印を受け取らなかったんだ。おかしいな。じゃあシロはマスターじゃないの？
Oh, well, I'm an apprentice mage without a magic crest, but I am a master. Now that you mention it, you're a master, which makes you a mage, right?
私、魔術師なんかじゃなくてマスターだよ。
God, I love this talking around in circles.
普通の魔術なんて教わらなかったもの。
Huh? Then you didn't inherit your parents' magic crest? But I thought your family was a prominent one, since you all have a castle and all.
そうだけど、魔術刻印ってマスターになるためのものじゃないの？だからマスターだよ、私。
Ilya tilts her head in confusion. Huh? Now I'm confused too. Ilya's words seem off. It feels like we're having a different conversation here. Hey Ilya, let me ask something. Where do you live? It sounds like you came here just for the Holy Grail War. Does that mean you're living in a hotel right now? Well, for starters, it'd be bad if she didn't have a guardian. Letting a child like her come to Japan on her own is just terrible parenting.
ホテル？それって別荘のこと？
Yeah, I guess so. Not a house, but just somewhere do you stay?
それならあるよ。ほら、あっちに大きな森があるよね。そこの奥におじいさまのおじいさまが建てた洋館があるの。アインツベルンのマスターはね、聖杯戦争の時はそこに住むんだって。
Ilya points west. Yeah, there's deep forest in the mountains there. The place hasn't been developed yet. It takes about an hour to get to that forest by car. Did you come all the way from there alone?
今日は抜け出してきたの。セラもリーゼリットもメイドのくせにうるさいんだもん。せっかく日本に来たんだから、その間ぐらいは外に出てもいいと思うの。欲しいものは何だって手に入ったけど、いつも部屋に閉じこもってたんだから、これくらいはご褒美なの。
Huh? You were locked up in your room.
雪が降るとね、体に悪いから外に出してもらえなかったの。だから大抵は部屋の中で遊んでたんだ。あ、でも大丈夫だよ。こっちはお城ほど寒くないから一人でも平気だもん。
Ilya beams proudly. She swings her legs back and forth, seeming to be genuinely enjoying herself. I find myself reaching into my grocery bag. I take out the dorayaki, a Japanese pancake sandwich filled with red bean paste. I thought I'd give it to Saber, or I bought it to give to Saber, and without knowing why, I hand it to Ilya. Want it? It's not the fanciest thing, but it's good.
何それ食べ物
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of sweets, but this is the only exception. This is a favorite tea snack my old man and I shared.
そのくれるの
Yeah, it's not as good if you eat it alone, so let's eat it together. I hand her the dorayaki. Ilya hesitates, but takes the unfamiliar snack.
ありがとう
She happily takes a bite of the dorayaki. She practically devours the thing. I nibble my dorayaki and try to stop myself from being overwhelmed by the shocking thought I've just had. I don't believe myself. For reasons I simply can't understand, I just found myself thinking it would be nice to have a little sister like her. But honestly, I think Ilya was too innocent. She might really be an innocent young girl who hasn't learned the difference between good and evil. Honestly, I can't even begin to imagine how a mage family raises a child. But I know without a doubt that Ilya wasn't raised in a normal environment. Tosaka may act the way she does, but she is a mage at heart. She understands the gravity of the Holy Grail War and knows that the killings between masters are murder. But this girl may have become a master without really appreciating what it means to kill people. I haven't been talking to her long, but I don't think Ilya is the sort who'd choose to kill anyone. If that's the case... Yeah, there's something serious I want to talk with you about. But then, Ilya suddenly raises her head, as if someone's just called out for her. Ilya, what's wrong? Did something happen?
もう帰らないとバーサーカーが起きちゃった
She jumps off the bench. Ilya runs out of the park without so much as a goodbye. She disappears in an instant. I go back to the house. I decide to keep quiet about meeting Ilya. This is the sort of thing I should be sharing right away, and I know it, but I don't feel like talking about it. Ilya wasn't acting like a master in the park. We talked about trivial things and casually parted ways. So I hesitate to bring up what happened today to the others. I feel bad for keeping secrets, but I don't want to think of the little girl I met today as my enemy. After lunch with Saber, we resume our training at the dojo, and the next thing I know, it's time for dinner. I rest, fatigued after my training with Saber, so I take a bath to rinse the sweat off. By the time I head to the living room, dinner is ready. I'm a little moved. It's nice to come out of the bath and find dinner ready without doing anything.
エミヤくん夕食だけど何よバカみたいに立ち尽くして
Gee, thanks. And yet, why does she have to ruin the moment? Nothing. It's dinner, right? I'm ready to eat. Where's Saber?
セイバーさんならシローの部屋に行ったみたいだけど会わなかった？おかしいな。さっきまでここにいたけど。旅館みたいに入り組んだ家だからすれ違ったんじゃない？いいわ。セイバーは私が呼んでくるから、エミヤくんはもう一度洗面所に行ってきなさい。髪よく乾いてないわよ。
I feel like this is bait. Oh, you're right. Okay, then. I'll leave Saber to you. I wave to Sokka and step into the hallway. Also, let me just check the audio settings. Okay, they are good. Just double checking, making sure. As Tasaka said, the Emiya house was built with all kinds of passages and corridors. One of the most notable examples of this was the various routes to the bathroom. You can get there from any room or the living room. From my room or the living room. I need to head to the bathroom. I don't like to use the dryer, so I'll just use the towel I used earlier to dry my hair. And in that moment, I forget everything that happened today.
白、二度湯のようですが、今は私が使っています。
できれば遠慮してもらえると助かるのですが。
I need to explain myself. I need to explain that this is all an accident, but my mind has gone completely blank. The sight in front of me is enough to erase everything that's happened today from my mind.
シロ、湯にのぼせたのですか？耳まで真っ赤ですが、体を冷やすのなら縁側に出るべきです。
No, yeah, I'll do that. But before I do, I should apologize. I avert my gaze from Saber and try to calm my pounding heart. This was an accident. Well, actually, there's not really much room for me to go explain myself now that I've actually run into each other like this, so go on, get mad at me, Saber. I try to keep my eyes averted and calm myself down at the same time. Saber thinks for a while, then says,
シロ、顔を上げてください。
I do as I'm told. Hey, wait, why are you still like that?
シロが謝るほどのことではありませんから。このような場面を見たところで気にする必要はないと言いたいのです。
Come again?
以前にも言ったでしょう。サーバントにとって性別などさまつなことだと。シロは私の体を見て慌てているようですが、私は女性である前にサーバントです。ですから、そのような気遣いは不要かと。
She's really trying to force this. What? What is Saber saying? Even if Saber insists, the fact of the matter is she remains that she's a girl. But then again, I don't think it'd be the case, but could Saber be... Let me ask you something. Are you saying you're not the least embarrassed about changing in front of me, Saber?
なぜ恥じる必要があるのです。
I figured as much. It doesn't matter that Saber doesn't care, though. I really do. Sorry. Just let me apologize. If something like this happens again, you can do whatever you want with me. I do a quick 180 and rush awkwardly out of the dressing room. Saber stares after me oddly as I leave. We finished dinner. It was probably a typical dinner, except it didn't feel that way. I've lost my appetite since the incident in the bathroom. It's so cold. I had opened a window from the veranda to let the outside wind cool my head, but I need to stop. I'm going to catch a cold if I keep this up.
シロ、ここにいたのですか?
Saber, did you have some, or did you have something? Did you have something? Why is he? All right, we're just gonna go with it.
私ではなくシロにあるかと。いいのですか? 夜はリンに魔術を教わるという約束だったはずですが。
Oh, I smacked my forehead. I completely forgot. Thanks. I'll head over there right away. I rush to the outbuilding and head upstairs. I knock on the door to the guest room that Tasaka has taken up occupancy in.
シロ、いいわよ。ちょっと今手が離せないから勝手に入って。
Tasaka's voice sounds from inside the room, but she sounds a little unnerved. I walk in to see Tasaka holding a jewel in one hand and a syringe in the other, and a handkerchief in her mouth. I have questions, Tasaka.
待って、今日の夜はこれで終わりだから。
Hold on, I'm almost done with... What? She sticks a needle in her arm as she speaks, her mouth full. She draws blood into the syringe. Tasaka slowly drips blood from the syringe into the jewel, then grips it tightly. A wave of vertigo washes over me. I can't tell if it's the ripple of magical energy, or I can tell it's the ripple of magical energy.
これだけやってもまだ3割か。やっぱり手持ちの9つだけでやっていかなくちゃダメみたいね。
Tasaka slumps her shoulders in disappointment and puts the stone back in the jewelry box. Tasaka, I came here to learn from you, as promised. But before we get to that, I'm curious about what I just saw.
ええ、待ってたわ。昼間はセイバーと体の方を鍛えてたんでしょ。なら、夜は中身を鍛えないとね。
Tasaka seems happy, ready to teach. Saber said she wasn't good at teaching, but I'm guessing this will be the total opposite. Anyway.
さて、それじゃあ何からいこうか。確かシロは強化の魔術しか使えないって言ってたけど。
Actually, before we start, I need to know, or else it's going to bother me. What the hell were you just doing? Sticking yourself with a needle is dangerous.
え、あれ？あれは魔弾を作ってただけよ。うちの魔術は力の流動と転換だからね。こうやって余裕があるときは自分の魔力をよそに移しておくのよ。
Wait, what are magic bullets? And what's the point of transferring magical energy?
魔弾は魔弾よ。魔力のこもった弾。宝石は人の面が宿りやすいって聞いたことない？実際宝石は魔力を貯めやすいものなんだけど、うちの家系はさらに相性がいいみたいなのよね。
It just gets hella expensive.
魔力を込めるっていうのは、例えば今日一日何もしなかったら体力は余ってるでしょ。その余った分の力を宝石に溜め込んでおくの。これを何日何ヶ月何年と続けて宝石自体を魔術にするのよ。もっとも宝石自体にだってキャパはあるし、自分から離れた魔力なんてものは操れない。宝石に込めた魔力っていうのはあくまで大魔術を瞬間的に発動させるためだけのイグニッションに過ぎないけどね。
So you're saying you fill these jewels with your own magical energy as backup?
バックアップ、近いけど違うっていうか、使い捨てのリュックサックの中身を詰めてるだけよ。
So it's like you're temporarily expanding a computer hard disk. That's amazing. You'd be able to use as much magecraft as you want with that kind of skill.
ハードディスク？あんたの言ってることはよくわからないけど、そこまで便利なものじゃないわよ。魔力は宝石に込めた時点でその宝石の属性に染まるから用途は限られてしまうわけだし。
Yeah, but magical energy never ceases to surprise me. I didn't know you could store it like that. Why don't other mages do something so useful?
自分以外のものに魔力を貯めるっていうのは特殊なのよ。シロの強化だって物に魔力を込めているってことでしょ。通常ね、魔力の通ったものは何らかの変化をしてその魔力を使い切ってしまうものなの。で、うちの家系はそうならないようにうまく宝石に魔力を流動させて永続的なものにしているんだけど、他の魔術師だって自分の体になら同じようなことができるわ。それが魔術国威。あらゆる魔術師が持っている魔術のバックアップじゃない。
Yeah, that checks out. Magic crests. Oh yeah. The secrets that parents pass down to their children. I don't have anything like that, so I'm kind of clueless about them.
ちょっと、あんた今なんて言ったの？
Huh? Well, I just said I don't have magic crest. My old man had one, but I didn't inherit it. Tasaka catches her breath, but then the next minute she seems to understand.
道理で素人同然のわけだ。じゃあ本当に一からやってるのね。なら確かにしょうがないか。
Tasaka, haven't you known I don't have magic crest for a long time now?
そんなわけないでしょ。知ってたら一人でなんか行動させなかったわよ。そりゃ半人前だなって思ってたけど、魔術刻印がないならそもそも魔術師じゃないじゃない、シロは。
She huffs and looks at me, seeming to be complaining. But what is this? Her voice sounds almost warm, like she's a little bit relieved, like she's jealous I'm not a mage.
まあいいわ。そういうことなら一から説明してあげる。魔術刻印が何なのかを知るってことは魔術師ってものを知るってことだから。はい、シロはそこに座って。大事な話だからちゃんと腰を落ち着かせて聞くこと。
We're gonna be in the books. Right here. Okay, go ahead. I brace myself and look straight at Tasaka. Tasaka nods approvingly, satisfied by my show of seriousness.
じゃあ簡単な話 話から入るけど、魔術を使うのに必要なものが魔力だってことは知ってるわよね。魔術さえ発動させられるなら、それらは全て魔力と言い換えても差し支えはないわ。魔力の種類は千差万別。自分だけの精神力を持って魔術を使用する者もいれば、自分以外の対価を持って魔術を使用する者もいる。ここまでは知ってるでしょ？
Yeah, you're talking about mana and odd. Mana is the magical energy that's found throughout the world, while odd is magical energy an individual can create themselves.
そうそう、よくできました。じゃあそのマナを用いた魔術から順に説明しましょう。いい？シロ、積み重ねた歴史が浅い魔術師、要するにシロのことねは、すでに形あるものを持って魔力となすの。これは古くからシステムとして確立している儀式、供物を持って神秘と接触する方法よ。自身の力だけでは足りないから、代価を用意して取引するというフォーマルクラフト。
Uh-huh.
これなら術者の魔力が希薄でも魔術は作用する。何しろ使用する魔力は自分からではなくマナから借り受けるものだから、術者はただ儀式を行うだけでいい。けどまあ、こういうのは知識がないとできないからね。シロにはまだ無理だし、そもそもこういう血生臭いのは向いてないわ、あなたには。
Probably not. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do stuff like sacrifice chickens or pray for a whole night inside a magic circle.
でしょ？じゃあこれは置いといて、次はオド。つまり魔術師個人の力で行う魔術のこと。もう言うまでもないと思うけど、これが私やあなたの基本的な魔術講師よ。シロの強化は他者の力を借りないでする自身の魔術回路だけを頼りにした魔術でしょ。
I nod. It seems she's getting to the nitty-gritty stuff now.
その自分だけの魔力を生成する機能、魔術回路っていうのは先祖代々受け継がれる遺伝体質なの。魔術回路は何代も重ねて鍛え上げられ、より強さを増して子孫に継承されるわ。魔術師の家系の子供はそれだけで魔術に適した人間ってわけ。フェアじゃないけど、私とシロンはスタート地点からして違うってことよ。
I know that. It doesn't bother me. Keep going.
別に気にしてなんかないけど。まあいいわ。それでね、そういった魔術回路とは別に、その家系が代々鍛え上げてきた秘伝の魔術っていうのがあるのよ。さっきの宝石と似てるかな。一つの魔術を極めるとね、魔術師にはその魔術が手に取れるようになるの。本来なら形のないただの公式に過ぎない魔術を手に取れる感覚ってわかる？
I don't, but I'm guessing it's like it becomes a part of your body.
ご名答。扱われる式という域を超えて、もはや自分自身となった魔術っていうのは形に残せるのよ。それは不安定な魔術を確立させる偉業であり、同時にその魔術師が生きた証でもある。で、魔術師は死ぬ間際に自分が成し得た偉業を刻印として後継者に譲るのよ。これをやるから自分が成し得なかった地点に到達しろ。もしかしたらわしが残した刻印が何かの役に立つかもしれんってね。まあ残した方も残された方もそんな刻印が何の役にも立たないって分かってるんだけどさ。
What? Are you saying that something so awesome is useless?
立つわよ。普通に魔術師やってれば刻印一つで左打ちはっていうぐらい役に立つわ。まあけどそれは自動車をもらったようなものなのよ。どんなに地上を速く走れても月にはたどり着けないんだから。
Huh?
いいから話の続き。もう分かったと思うけど、その刻印っていうのが魔術刻印なの。その家柄の当主が一生をかけて完成させた魔術を
刻印にして子孫に譲り、子孫はさらに次の魔術を完成させて刻印を増やし、また子孫に継承する。そうして複雑さを増し、深い歴史を刻んだものが魔術刻印。魔術師にとって逃れようのない縛りってこと。
A constraint, huh? So what you're saying is that the entire history of a mage family is recorded in these magic crests.
ああ、それは違う。家系の記録はちゃんと書物で残してるわよ。魔術刻印にあるのは単純に魔術だけなの。勝手に呪文詠唱をしてくれたり、自分が習得していない魔術も使えたりするだけ。わかりやすく言えば、自分の体に魔法陣を刻んでいるようなものかな。
Then doesn't that mean you can engrave the crest into anyone? If the magic circles are all you need, then you can draw as many as you want as long as you know the shape.
それがそういうわけにもいかないのよ。魔術刻印っていうのはね、生き物みたいなものなの。臓器を移植することに近いわ。臓器は一つしかないものだから、何人かに分け与えるとか写本するとか、そういったことはできないの。心臓を二つに分けても意味ないでしょ。
Okay.
結局分けても機能しなくなるだけなんだから。
Oh yeah, you have a point. Does that mean you also have a crest implanted in you too?
移植ってのは我ながら後ろ向きな例えだったわね。私の場合は左腕、肩から手までびっしりね。ただ魔術刻印は使わなければ浮かび上がらないから、霊樹と違って隠す必要はないわ。まあそんなわけだから、魔術師の家系っていうのは一子相伝だったり
Because I can only transfer the crest to one.
その家に兄弟がいた場合、どちらかは魔術を教えられずに一般人として暮らすのが常なのよ。だって魔術刻印を渡せないんだから、魔術師として大成されてもあまり意味がないもの。
Yeah, Shinji said that too. I get it. So that's why Sakura wasn't taught any magecraft.
ええ。けどマトウの家は何代か前から刻印の継承自体が止まってるわ。だからシンジに教えられたのは魔道の知識だけなんでしょう。ほんと、そういう手合いが一番厄介なのよね。魔術ってものを実感できないくせに魔術を使おうっていうんだから。
So Sakura sighs a deep breath, swearing quietly.
さて、魔術を教えるってことだったけど、ちょっと予定が変わったわ。シローに魔術刻印がないんなら違った方針を立てないといけないし。今夜はここでお開きにしましょう。明日までにはいろいろと用意しておくから、それまで待ってちょうだい。
Oh, come on! Oh? I'll just have to trust you then. And what do you mean you're going to prepare things?
だからいろいろよ。刻印がないってことはあなたスイッチできないんでしょ。体の中身をいじるんだから、お薬とか矯正器具とか必要じゃない？
A chill runs down my spine.
何？嫌だって言うんならやめるけど、その場合私が教えてあげられることはなくなるわよ。
Well, I don't want to, but I'm still going to ask you. Whatever you say is probably the right way to go.
じゃあ明日はそれで決まりね。そうだ、あなた明日もセイバーと剣の鍛錬をするつもり？
Well, yeah, I'm concerned about the bounded field over the school, but there's still some time before it activates. I want to at least be able to fight by then.
まあいいけど、その割にはセイバーとはうまくいってないようじゃない？
Well, that...
夕食前までは普通に話せてたのに、夕食から妙に黙り込んでたし。念のために聞くけど、あなたたちうまくいってるんでしょうね。いざ戦闘って時に仲違いされたら、私たちまで被害を受けるんだから。
It's just that something happened right before dinner and now things are awkward. That's all, but I'm sure if Saber and I are really getting along... I'm not sure if Saber and I are really getting along. When I spent all day dueling her, I think I got a sense of what Saber is like. I trust Saber as an ally. No question about that. But if someone asked me how I feel about Saber in other senses, I wouldn't know how to answer. Because I lost all sense in the very moment. It's hard to say, but what about you, Tasaka? Do you like Saber?
好きよ。だって嫌いになる要素がないじゃない。強いし礼儀正しいし綺麗だし。うちの皮肉屋とは大違いだわ。
Which we still like. Archer has been like out of it for like 5 days in a row. Huh. I see. So you like Saber?
何よ。素直に好きな部類だって言っただけでしょ。あなたね、そのストレートな物言いは直しなさい。いろいろ敵を作りやすいから。
I refuse. I've never been good with words anyway.
そうでしょうよ。嫌味とか皮肉とか口にしなさそうだものね、シローは。ええ、どうせ私のことなんて口うるさい嫌味なやつだとか思ってるでしょ。
Why would I think that? I like the way you say things. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel like it's really coming from you. What? Crap. I might have struck a nerve. Tasaka turns away pouting. But I have to admit, I feel a little better, even happy knowing that Tasaka likes Saber. The day ends. I still feel uneasy with Saber sleeping so close by, so I escape to the shed. I stop and look up at the winter sky. Not because the night sky is particularly beautiful. I'm just feeling the winter chill in a daze, doing nothing because it calms me. I don't know how much time has passed. I think I hear footsteps in the darkness. Who's there? There's no answer. Footsteps approach, and I feel a piercing presence. I crouch, ready to jump back at any time. Hey, I asked, who's there? There's no answer. The footsteps never stop. The person finally appears before me. It's the servant who fought Lancer at school the other night. The red-armored knight Saber beat when she leapt over the wall. Are you Tosaka's servant, Archer? The man's lips curve upward. He smiled. Can I take that as a confirmation? Something about him annoys me. For no reason I can really understand, I find myself irritated. I can't make myself like this guy. I've never talked to him before, and he's never attacked me before. But I realize something the instant I see his face. I can't respect this man. There's no reason for it that I can think of, but he and I aren't going to get along. I'm probably not the only one who feels like this. Archer probably feels the same way. There must be a total of 3 people in the world with whom I'm just completely incompatible. That's how bad it is. I wouldn't be surprised if he was irritable around me too. What do you want? I thought you were going to stay on guard until the wounds healed up.
無論そのつもりだ。私の傷が治り次第、このくだらん協定も終わらせる。故に、お前と話すことなどないとは、今まで傍観していたのだがな。
And what changed? Don't let me stop you from spectating then. There's nothing I want to talk to you about either.
そうしたいのは山々だが、見逃せないことがあってな。お前、サイバーには戦わせないらしいな。
What's wrong with that? My reply is impulsive. He's gonna be mad. He glares. With a fair amount of hostility, Archer makes it clear he sees right through me.
やはり、小僧の考えそうなことだ。他人の助けはいらない。できることは全て自分でやる。加えて、犠牲者は一人も出したくないか。虫唾が走るな、その思考。
Basically, we have opposite ideas of what the right call is. Also, my bed sheets, for whatever fucking reason, like no matter how tightly I bind them to the bed, because my body is so massive and pervasive, I end up screwing with the sheets. And I hate it. Because now I've got to stand up, resituate it, retuck it, re-pull it down, lose my fucking mind, try not to get everything pulled off. Like, seriously. It's on the other side too, which makes it even worse. Hang on. Be right back. Alright, I've returned. Piss break and everything acquired and done. Oh! The lesson here is never get old, people. What? You have no right to tell me that. I'm only doing what I think is right. You have no reason to complain.
筋合いはある。同じサーバントとしてセイバーの苦労は理解できるからな。お前のようなマスターではセイバーの負担も大きい。
Yeah, sorry, let me reset this. Otherwise it's going to drive me nuts. He's not lying. But what really ticks me off is that I didn't want to hear this from him, of all people. Screw you. I'm not a burden to Saber. I'm going to fight in her place, so there shouldn't be a problem.
戦わなければ傷つかないとでも。サーバントは戦うためだけの存在だ。それから戦いを奪うことこそ冒涜だが。まあ、お前に言っても始まる前。
Having said what was on his mind, Archer falls silent. A few minutes pass. The two of us just stare at each other. I gulp. His cold stare seems to be trying to probe my insides. And then suddenly...
それでどうなのだ、セイバーのマスター。
The Red Knight seems calm as he asks this question. What do you mean?
お前は本気で戦わずにこの争いを終わらせるつもりか。誰とも争わず、誰も殺さず、誰をも殺させないと。
I never said I won't fight. I'll fight if I need to fight.
なるほど。それで戦っても誰も殺さないと。
Yeah, got a problem with that?
お前の甘ったるい考えに邪魔などせんよ。そんな余裕はないし、そこまで水強ではない。
Archer turns his back on me.
だが間違えるな。お前が気取る正義の味方とはただの掃除屋だ。その方法で救える者は生き残った者だけと知れ。
I don't know why, but I feel like Archer was just beating up on me for no reason. Wait, what do you mean a champion of justice is just a cleaner?
お前も気がついているはずだがな。いいか、その方法では悲しい出来事、悲惨な死を元に戻すことはできない。もともとそれが限界なのだ。正義の味方なんてものは起きた出来事を効率よく片付けるだけの存在だ。お前はお前が救いたいと思うものをこそ絶対に救えない。
He's got a point. The mess has to be made first to be somebody who fights for justice. Like, that's the thing about justice, right? Not that I have any problem with it, but justice can only happen if a crime's been committed. Which means the evil act has to have already taken place. No matter what it is. Murder, theft, assault. All of these things. Like, the intention isn't enough. It has to be something that's already occurred. And by then, it's too late. If you're trying to protect people, you have to take the initiative and knock them out first. But then you become the target of what might be justice. That's not true. The idea that you can't save a person you're reaching out to save is wrong.
理想論はあくまで理想に過ぎない。お前が理想を抱き続ける限り、現実との摩擦は増え続ける。ならば、いつか現実に直面し、その折り合いのツケを支払う時が来る。お前のその選択が多くの命を奪うこともあるだろうよ。
What?
覚悟ぐらいはしておけ。己の歪小さを実感した時、まず何を正し、誰を罰するかと。それができぬようなら、その夢もその魔術も今すぐ捨てるのだな。
Archer disappears into the darkness.
いいか、誰が何をしようと救われぬものというのは確固として存在する。お前の理想で救えるものはお前の理想だけだ。人間にできることなどあまりにも少ない。それでも
Hey, wait. What the hell are you trying to say? My question is swallowed up in the darkness. Archer's already gone, and I'm just simply talking to empty air. What the hell's with him? He just shows up, unloaded a bunch of crap on me, and disappeared. He was telling me that my thinking is too idealistic, and I'm going to suffer for it soon. But how can I decide something is wrong before I've even tried it? I'm ready. If I'm wrong, I'll just have to pay for that mistake with my life. That's my resolve as a mage. Archer doesn't have to remind me of that. I really can't stand that guy. But something he said bothers me. No matter what anyone does, there will always be those who can't be saved. There is so little a human can do. But even so, can I keep pursuing my ideal without ever looking back? I muttered to myself. It felt like that's what Archer wanted to say. It's been a whole fucking week. Oh. February 7th. Sword of Magic 2.
行ってくるねシロ。今日はお土産買ってきてあげるからおとなしくしてるのよ。
Fujine waves as she heads out for work.
私も行くわ。今日はうちに寄ってくるから遅くなるけど夕飯までには戻るから。留守中警察のことはしないようにね。
Alright then. It's 7:30 in the morning. I see the two of them off without incident, so there's only one thing left to do now. Okay, we're going to continue where we left off yesterday. Let's head to the dojo. Let's head to the dojo, Saber.
すぐに鍛錬を始めるのですか。朝食をとったばかりですし、少し間を取るべきではないでしょうか。
Don't worry about that. I've trained myself to the point where stuff like that doesn't affect me. And today's breakfast was bread, right? I don't live an unhealthy enough lifestyle for something like that to affect me.
はあ、シロがいいというのでしたら、私は構いませんが。
Good. Then, let's just go. I spent all night coming up with ways to get at least one hit in, so I want to show you the fruits of my labor. I'm unable to dodge Saber's counterattack. Both the Shinai and I tumble to the ground. My fingers tingle where they grip the Shinai. Saber's counterattack lands as I lunge in with all my might. I figured brute force was my only option. No shock that I dropped my Shinai and fell right on my ass after an attack like that. Damn, I thought that would work.
シロはその判断が甘い。いいですか。シロが捨て身になったところでサーバントは倒せません。勝ち気なのはいいですが、それも相手を見てください。
That may be true, but I'll lose if I stay here on the defensive. I have to strike if I find an opening.
その通りですが、シロはそのチャンスの生かし方を理解していません。捨て身で仕掛けるのならば、それにふさわしい好機を待つべきです。
It goes without saying. I saw you looking away for a brief second that last time. I've only seen you do that maybe one other time, so I thought it was my chance.
とっさにその判断ができたのは評価しますが、今のはあえて作った隙です。
A feint.
この程度では動じないだろうと期待して視線をそらしたのですが、まさか一直線に踏み込んでくるとは思いませんでした。
That's pretty mean, Saber. You shouldn't mock amateurs like that.
からかってなどいません。こちらで仕掛けた策であれ、好きである以上は多少のリスクを負います。もっとも視線をそらした程度のリスクと、捨て身で突進してくるシロのリスクは計りにかけるまでもありませんが。
My risk was greater. So what you're saying is that I should be less obvious about seizing an opportunity? If I make a big obvious attack, I'm squandering the opportunity. So you're saying I should be considering the opportunity and acting to suit it.
はい。ですから、後期の大小の読み分けをしっかりしてください。ですが、昨日よりは格段に生き死にの境界線には鋭敏になっていますね。危険を察知する感覚が身についてくれば、誰と戦い、何を打つべきかはおのずと絞られてきますから。
Saber looks pleased. Unless it's my imagination, she seems happy to see her student improving a bit.
そろそろ休憩時間ですね。水を汲んできましょうか、シロ。
No need. As long as it's just water, I'll fill the whole kettle, so I'll just drink from that. I drag my fatigued body towards the wall. After wiping the sweat from myself with a towel I brought along, I take several gulps from the kettle. Phew. I take a deep breath. It's been almost 3 hours since I saw Tosaka and Fujine off. I've spent every minute since sparring with Saber. As usual, Saber doesn't explain much, and I don't ask her any questions while we cross swords. I have pretty much no chance of winning, but I do seem to be moving better the more I fight Saber. I'm not expecting to improve my fighting techniques. The point here is to train my body, not my mind, and I'll get accustomed to battle. It's better than doing nothing. And since I'm starting from basically nothing, there's nothing... there wouldn't be a point here unless I spend time working on this one thing. Not dying. If all I do is think about how to fight when the time comes for me to face a master, I'm dead. Saber just doesn't even break a sweat, huh? I'm a little disappointed, but I shouldn't expect to be on her level in just a day or two. And just like yesterday, Saber rests, seated in a Seiza position. It'd be a waste to just sit there. Might as well take the opportunity to talk with her. Okay, then. Round 2. Why does she want to fight so much? I might be able to understand her convictions a little more if I found out why she wants the Holy Grail. But can I really ask her that? Saber, can I ask you something? Well, there's something I forgot to ask. You're lending me your power because you want the Holy Grail, right? So, what is your wish for the Holy Grail? I seek it to seek it. No, that's not what I'm asking. Saber, you're dodging the question. I'm not asking why you're seeking it. I want to know the wish you want granted. But if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. My wishes aren't always something to be shared. Saber closes her mouth, embarrassed. I'm not surprised. Saber didn't form a contract with me to help me. Masters are the only ones who can obtain the Holy Grail, so she's only there to assist with that. And that's why she's hesitant to tell me her wish. But most of all, I don't want to hear her tell me something about her selfish wish. So I shouldn't have asked. Besides, it's disrespectful for someone without a clear wish to ask about someone else's wish. No. That catches me off guard. Saber turns to look at me. Her gaze is as serious as her tone. No, I'm not. I didn't mean it that way. I was just curious. Sorry for asking such a dumb question. She looks straight at me. I see no deceit in her eyes. Fulfill an obligation. And when you say lifetime, you mean before you became a servant? Saber looks down quietly. For a moment, she looks like a lost child seeking repentance. Okay, I'm actually relieved. I was worried you were going to say something Tasaka would say, like world domination. You think so? I still think she probably shouldn't be the one to get the Holy Grail. I nod to myself. All the while, Saber watches me, her expression gentle. This conversation ends here. I should never have brought this up. The mood between the two of us eases thanks to the mention of Tasaka, and I decided it's best not to pry. But the ache in my heart still remains. Even though I was relieved to know Saber's wish was not a materialistic one, I felt there was still something amiss with it. Next thing I know, it's noon. Yeah, it is. Both our stomachs growl in agreement. Let's eat. Is there anything you'd like to eat, Saber?
私は特にシローが用意してくれる食事ならおおむね満足しています。
Saber puts it kind of oddly. Well, at least she's not picky like Tosaka. I'll go do a bit of shopping. I'll probably come back the same time as yesterday, so rest until in the living room until then.
はい、期待しています、シロー。
I decided to try making shrimp balls for lunch. I've always wanted to try making them at home. There'll be piping hot balls of ground shrimp, a bit bigger than takoyaki. I bought some mustard and I'm all set with the snacks for our 3 o'clock snack time. I load my purchases onto my bike. That reminds me. I met Ilya here yesterday. She's not here today. Well, she probably shouldn't be coming here every day. Somehow not seeing her is disappointing, though. I haven't told Saber or Tosaka about meeting Ilya yesterday. She didn't confront me as an enemy, and I'm hesitant to tell them about her in the first place. Just because she was here yesterday doesn't mean she'll show up today. So I really should get back on my bike and... swing by the park. I'll just take the long way home. It's about a 5-minute detour. I'm being whimsical here, and I don't need to make excuses about that. I park my bicycle. I step into the park, my groceries still on my bike. Why am I doing this in the first place? It's just so impulsive of me. I just had the passing thought that it would be nice to see her. And then I see a silver-haired girl standing off on her own. She doesn't seem to have noticed me. If I wanted, I could just leave. But if I were going to do that, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. Ilya! It's me, Shiro.
シロ、本当に？
Is that really such a surprise? This park's close to the shopping district, so me passing by here isn't all that strange. I'm honestly more curious why you're here again. Do you have that much free time?
実はそうなの。あんまりやることがないから遊びに来たんだけど、セラはシロには会っちゃダメだって。どうせもうすぐ殺しちゃうんだから、シロと遊んでも楽しくないって言うのよ。
Well that. Whoa. That makes it pretty hard to come up with a response.
けど私、それは違うと思うわ。だって、シロといると楽しいもの。だからね、ここにいたらシロに会えるかなって思って、ずっと待ってたの。シロが来てくれてよかった。
Wait a minute. Don't tell me you were waiting for me this whole time.
そうだよ。ずっと前からね、シロが来たらいいなって思ってたんだから。
You dummy, I thought you didn't like the cold. If you want to see me, you should have come to my place. Okay, maybe not. If you met Saber, that'd definitely lead to a fight. But still, there are plenty of other places you could have found me. You had no trouble finding me in the shopping district yesterday.
それはダメなんだ。私から会っちゃダメなんだもん。昨日のは1回だけの反則なの。だから今日はシロが来てくれそうな場所で待つことにして、こうして見事成功したのでありました。
Ilya skips around excitedly. Her bouncing silver hair makes her look like a winter fairy. I got that, but why do you want to see me in the first place? If it's just talking to you like yesterday is enough, I'm happy to do it again.
別に今日は何でもないよ。シロに会えればいいなって思っただけだし、私たちは敵同士だもの。聖杯戦争が終わりそうになったら殺しに来てあげるから、その時一緒にお話ししよう。
She says it so innocently. The disconnect between her words and manner is hard to swallow. It's not that she's going to kill me so much as how unfitting it seems for her to be a master. Ilya, do you want to do that? Did you really choose to get involved in this Holy Grail war yourself?
そうだよ。おじいさまの言いつけだもの。私はアインツベルンの中で一番マスターに向いてる大きな聖杯の持ち主なんだから。
But that means you're doing it because your grandfather ordered you to. You didn't choose to be a master.
そうだったかな。よく思い出せないけど、私は生まれた時からマスターだったよ。だから戦うのは当たり前なんだって。
It's wrong. If you're just fighting because someone told you to, you should stop. First of all, killing doesn't suit you.
命乞いをしてるってわけじゃなさそうね。お兄ちゃんたら本気で私のこと心配してるんだ。
Of course I am. I don't know what anyone else thinks, but I hate the idea of someone like you fighting. If it were up to me, I'd rather see you quit being a master and go live a quiet life.
そうね。シローが私のサーバントになってくれるならやめてもいいよ。そうすればシローを殺さなくてよくなるもの。
What the hell are you talking about? Do you really know what it means to ask me to be your servant? Besides, there's no way I could be a substitute for Berserker. I'm saying that you should stop fighting. I'm telling you to give up your I'm telling you to give up your servants, so why would you need me to be your familiar?
使い魔じゃないよ。サーバントだってば。いつも一緒にいてくれるのがサーバントなんでしょ。だからシローはそばにいてくれるだけでいいんだよ。
The logic's flawless. Huh? Hold on a minute. Don't tell me. Does Ilya think... Let me ask you something. What is a servant, Ilya?
私のものなんでしょ。いつもそばにいてくれてイリアを守ってくれる人だっておじいさまは言ってたよ。
I knew it. Ilya considers servants to be just that. Command spells, masters, none of that matters. To her, a servant is just something that protects her. Got it. But no, I still can't. I can't agree to that. So think of something else.
何よ。シロ、私じゃ不服だっていうの？
Well, it's not about being good enough. It's just that I'm worried about Ilya. But I know I can't be by her side 24/7 either. Ilya, I have Saber. And as a master, I need to stop other masters. So I'm sorry, but I can't be your servant.
シロだから譲歩してあげたのに、そんなこと言うならもう知らないんだから。
I actually don't know if this is a bad end route. I feel like this was the smarter option, but... Hey, wait, hold on, Ilya. We haven't finished...
シロのバカ！女の子に恥をかかせるなんてひどいんだから！
There she goes. Ilya just runs out of the park, not listening to me anymore. I try to follow her, but I can't find her. Crap. This is just like yesterday. I sigh and go back to my bike. But I don't think she'll just suddenly attack again, like when we first met that night. So I should probably have one more chance to convince her. We finish eating lunch, then continue our training in the afternoon. I keep crossing blades with Saber, never getting tired of it. We keep training, and only plan to stop when Tasaka and Fujine come home. But our training is interrupted by the sound of the doorbell.
シロ、来客のようですが。
Yeah, I heard it. I'm going to go get the door, so you stay here, Saber.
いえ、招かれざる客ということもありえます。万が一に備えて同行しましょう。
Saber has a point. But while she's right, if the visitor is just a neighbor, they might get suspicious of Saber. The neighbors do think I'm the only one living here. Then again, I guess I'll deal with that if it happens. Sakura and Fujine already come home and go freely, so there's no point in me worrying about the neighbors. Alright, come with me then, Saber. But if the visitor is just an ordinary person, keep quiet.
分かっています。私はシローの遠い親戚ということですね。
Yep, that's our story. Okay, coming. I rushed to the entrance amid the sound of incessant ringing.
お邪魔する。具合が悪いというから様子を見に来たぞ、エミヤ。
School day's not over yet. Oh, it's not an enemy or a neighbor. It's a friend from school. Oh, it's just you, Issei.
なんだとは失礼だな。見舞いに来た知人に対して取る態度か、それが。
Even as Issei complains, he hands me a paper bag. What's this? Apples?
見舞い品だ。普段風邪一つひかぬエミヤが病欠しているのだから、それぐらいは持参する。
I'm grateful for his concern, but unfortunately, I didn't take the day off because I'm sick. And besides, a bag full of apples doesn't seem appropriate for a young guy like him to bring as a get-well-soon gift.
どうしたエミヤ？果物は苦手だったか？
No, I do. It's just a little complicated. But I really appreciate the sentiment. I bow to him and show my appreciation.
エミヤ、つかぬことを聞くのだが、お前の後ろにいる女性は何者だ？
Huh? Saber is standing just behind me. Oh. I get it. Issei must have locked eyes with Saber when I bowed to him.
見たことのない御人だが、なぜかような女性がエミヤの家にいるのだ？
Issei gazes intently at Saber. He's extremely shy and always cold to new people and people he doesn't like. Well, her name's Saber, and...
シローの遠い親戚です。この家の主人だったキリツグが外国にいた折、懇意にさせていただきました。先日こちらに観光に来たのですが、縁を頼りに宿を借りているのです。
Huh? Saber makes the story sound pretty convincing.
エミヤのお父さんのお知り合いでしたか。聞けばかなりの旅行好きと聞いています。あなたのような人と知り合いになることもあるでしょう。
What? Issei, who's supposed to be extremely bashful around stranger, accepts the story so easily.
なるほど。事情は分かったぞ、エミヤ。病欠というのは口実で、観光に来た彼女の案内をしていたのだな。
Oh, yeah. Let's say that. Well, in broad terms, nothing I've said is entirely untrue, I think.
ならお邪魔しても構うまい。ここまで運んできた礼として茶でも振る舞ってくれ。ここ2日ばかり学校で起きた出来事でも世間話にしよう。
Issei takes off his shoes and steps up into the house. What do you mean an appreciation? I'm still kind of busy, you know. We can chat another time.
何を言っている？お前、うちの前に自転車を乗り捨てて行っただろう。
Fuck. Oh, right. I did leave my bike up at Ryodo Temple.
だろう？それを持ってきてやったのだ。俺とて忙しい中、生徒会に行かずまっすぐ家に帰りここまで戻ってきたのだ。それでも茶の一つも出せないというのか、お前は。
Ugh. He did do me a favor. I might have 3 bikes, but out of the 3, the one I left at Ryodo Temple is the most expensive, and my favorite. Sorry, Saber, can we take a little break? Saber nods silently. Thanks. Then you and Issei can head to the living room. I'll prepare some tea. Japanese tea for Issei and black tea for Saber.
私も同席するのですか？それはどうかと思います。私がいては語学友と気軽な話などできないでしょう。
That's not true, right, Issei?
女はやかましいが、セーバーさんなら構わぬ。つつましい女性は文化遺産だ。
Hear that? Okay, so go on ahead.
はい。それはわかりましたが、シロ。
What? Is something else bothering you?
飲み物でしたら私も日本茶を。緑茶は嫌いではありません。
Saber's fairly opinionated for some reason. It's odd hearing her say that in her usual tone. After about an hour of meaningless chatter, Issei decides to head home. Most of the small talk in the living room was about school, and I asked a few sly questions to find out if anything unusual was going on, but it seems like business as usual.
それではな。明日も休むのか、エミヤは。
Yeah, I'm not going to school this week. Saber needs to be with me tomorrow too.
ま、あの御人と一緒なら問題はなかろう。何事不審なところはあるが、問いただすまでもない。
Issei nods as if satisfied. Now that I think about it, how could such a shy guy warm so quickly and easily to Saber? Hey Issei, for this being your first time meeting Saber, you seem to be in a good mood. What's up with that?
何を言うか。これでも寺の飯で育った身だぞ。人の良し悪しぐらい見抜けなくてどうする。素性は知らぬが、あの子の霊気は澄んでいたからな。悪い人間のはずがない。
Fair. Huh. I didn't know you could tell that kind of thing. I'm a little impressed.
ま、普通はわからん。だがあれぐらい飛び抜けていると未熟者でも見て取れるのだ。見習い坊主でも傍らに神仏がおられれば神気ぐらいは感じられる。つまりそれぐらいセーバーさんの佇まいは美しい。
Well, that's rare. Issei praising a girl. Got it. So you've taken a liking to Saber too. That's good. I was worried Issei wouldn't like her because all she did was listen to us talking.
当然だろう。彼女はいい子じゃないか。嫌うのは難しい。
Yeah. And I know she's a good person, even if she might be a bit aloof. Saber's always like that, so don't take that to mean she doesn't like you, Issei.
え？不愛想？あの子。
Yeah, I've never seen her laugh before, and even when you and I were laughing pretty hard, she just kept looking stern.
いや、結構笑っていたが。
Eh? That's ridiculous. Sure, I've seen the occasional warm expression on Saber's face, but I've never seen her actually smile or laugh before. You're kidding me. I can't imagine seeing Saber laughing out loud.
いや、そういうのではなくてだな。お前が笑ってるのを見て笑っていたのだが、なんだ、気がついてなかったのか。
Huh? She was smiling when she saw me laugh. Was she doing that to make fun of me?
なるほど。また珍妙な解釈をする。ま、そのあたりは己で悩め。何事も自問することより始まるのだ。カツ。
Issei, priest son that he is, ends with his usual catchphrase and leaves my house laughing. What's with him? He leaves me with his cryptic comments. Idiot. At least he could have said goodbye. The sun is setting, so today's training ends. I'm practically at my limit, and I still have magecraft lessons from Tasaka tonight. I failed to land a blow on Saber like I'd hoped, but I should save at least some of that energy for tonight. It's also my turn to prepare dinner tonight. Saber went to wash up after me, so she won't be back for a while.
ただいまー。お、ちゃんと晩ご飯作ってるな、シロ。えらいえらい、感心感心。
Fujine bursts into the living room, practically a bundle of energy, and immediately dives into a cushion on the floor. Unlike Saber, who needs to sleep over half a day, Fujine is like this all day, every day. I bet it's no different when she's asleep.
ねえ、シロ。このリンゴ食べていいの？
She's holding one of the many apples on the table. Sure, there are a bunch, as you can see. Everyone should eat 3 a day.
そうなの？じゃあアップルパイでも作ろうか。主にシロがなんだけど。
Of course. Fujine takes a casual bite of the apple. She makes her suggestion. I had put some apples I'd already washed out on the table, but I guess she's not the sort to care. What a waste of a get-well gift. Misunderstanding or no, shouldn't she be a little more considerate about the gift my friend gave me out of concern? For once, I should give her a piece of my mind. I'm a little confused by this choice. This one seems bad. This one seems weird. This one just is like another suggestion. So I'm not sure where I'm going with it. I'm going to go with tangerines. I don't know why, but we're going with tangerines. Fujine, you can have some apples if you want, but you better eat your quota of tangerines. We still have a whole box of them left, you know.
Oh, 嫌なこと思い出しちゃった。もうみかんは食べ飽きたよ。
Fujine's fangs, I mean her teeth, dig into an apple while she complains. What do you mean you're tired of them? That's why I was against it to begin with. There's just me, Sakura, and you in the house. But you bought over 10 pieces of mochi and 3 boxes of tangerines. You obviously bought too much for New Year's. It's already February, but we still have a whole box left. If you let them go bad, you're paying for them.
つかぬことを聞くけど、みかんってどのくらいで傷むのかな。
Well, about 2 weeks to a month at room temperature, so they're nearly done for. Well, I'm storing them in a cold room, so we should have a little more time.
ゲゲ。じゃあ今まさに食べ頃腐り頃。
Pandora's box. Fujine, I beg of you, never live on your own. I've heard some really scary stories about food poisoning. If you live alone, you should at least check the expiration dates on food and be very careful when you eat fish in summer.
大丈夫。そん時はシロんとこにお邪魔するから平気。
So responsible.
余り物でいいからちょうだいね。
Like hell, I'd give you my leftovers, you dummy. You have a huge appetite. If you were going to come for a meal, I'd just make enough for you too. I huff as I turn away and go back to preparing dinner.
じゃあ私いっぱい稼いで食費入れてあげる。
That'd work.
シロはキリツグさんと同じで解消なしだからいつもお金に困ってそうだし。
Okay, that's taking it too far. Big talk coming from you. Why'd you get so many tangerines anyway? You know Sakura doesn't like those kinds of fruits. And I don't eat much of them either. I might as well ask the question that's been bothering me since New Year's.
別に。あ、けどオレンジペコって響きいいよね。
Well, I was a fool to expect sense from Fujine. I finished preparing dinner. It's past 7. Saber and Fujine are in the living room, and Tasaka, who's usually here by now, isn't. I hope nothing's happened to her. I don't think Tasaka's the type to get in trouble, but I also know she sometimes makes huge mistakes. I guess I'll go check it out. If it's just looking around the house, it should be fine alone. I head out to the hallway. I'm about to leave the house. Tasaka walks in wearing her coat. Tasaka.
ただいま。何？エプロン姿でお出迎え？割と似合ってるじゃない、そういうの。
Tasaka jokes casually, but her face is completely expressionless. That's scary. The people who can joke like that with such straight face are the most terrifying sort of people. Tasaka, what were you... The moment I try to ask her what happened, I spot blood on her hand. It's a small blood stain, and her index finger is swollen. Does that mean... Tasaka, I have a bad feeling, and I can't keep it quiet.
何よ。つまんないことなら聞かないわよ。
Actually, did you maybe punch somebody?
ごめんと。何かとやかましいシンジにナックルパートを見舞いしてきたわ。
Oh joy. Tasaka huffs and passes right by me. Okay, so she gave him a knuckle sandwich. Then the bloodstain and swollen finger would make sense. Hey, wait! Hold up. What do you mean you hit Shinji, Tasaka?
うるさいわね。気に食わなかったからギッタンギッタンにしてやっただけよ。
To a pulp. When you mean with your fist, you did it with your bare fists?
ベアもベア。グリズリー級にベアよ。
Tasaka snorts again. A brief silence. I don't know what to say, so I keep my mouth shut. An awkward silence stretches between us. Let me get back to the point. You said you punched Shinji. And why did you have to do that?
殴って当然じゃない。私に自分と組めたの、シローは使えないやつだから見限れたの言うからよ。
Interesting.
人を呼びつけておいてつまんないこと言うから、殴りつけて黙らせたの。
Huh. Isn't that short-sighted even for you, Tasaka? Or maybe Shinji said something so stupid that he actually pissed Tasaka off, even though she's usually so level-headed?
何よその目。言っとくけど、被害者は私の方よ。
I think it goes both ways. But why would Shinji talk to you about something like that? He asked me if I wanted to team up with him.
さあ、あいつシローにライバル意識でもあるんじゃない？私とシローが一緒に住んでるって教えてからかなりおかしくなってたし。
What? You told him we were living together? You told Shinji about us?
ええ、話したわよ。昨日の朝だったかな。シンジのやつ、私を呼びつけて、僕もマスターになったから遠坂と同じさ、なんて偉そうに言ってくるんだもの。なんか頭にきてね。それじゃあシローも同じよって言ってやったの。それで身の程を知ったかなって思ったのに、ついさっきうちの前で待ち伏せしてたってわけで、悪いけどもうエミヤくんの家で暮らしているから、あんたみたいな半端なマスターと協力する気はないって言ったんだけど。何？もしかしてまずかった？
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Shinji was already smitten with Tasaka, so what she told him was just adding fuel to the fire. But still, now it all makes sense. I figured out why Shinji's been hostile only towards Tasaka and why he's been so persistent about asking her to team up with him. Meaning he...
けど不思議よね。シンジのやつ、なんだって私にこだわるのかしら。あいつの性格から言って誰かと協力するなんて考えは浮かばないと思うんだけど。
Actually, it's because Rin is special to Shinji. Nothing strange about any of this. I think you're special to Shinji. He's originally from a mage family, right? I think he admires you since you're also from a mage family, but you still have power and a proper lineage. So that's why he's persistent with Tasaka. I think Rin's been a target for Shinji's affections since long before the Holy Grail War started.
ちょっとそりゃ好意を持たれるのは嬉しいけど。
It must have been a real surprise. Tasaka looks completely bewildered.
ああ、思い出した。そういえば1年の頃、シンジに告白されてたわ、私。
And you just ignored that? You didn't think it was anything important? For a moment, her expression as she realized what she'd obviously forgotten is almost comical. I sympathize with Shinji just now.
わあ、道理で懲りずに話しかけてくるはずだ。納得したわ。
Well, whatever. So how did you reply?
ああ、断ったんじゃない？
She doesn't remember. Why would she?
私勝負事は先出しじゃないと気が済まないの。やるなら自分からっていうか、相手から勝負を仕掛けられても乗れないっていうか。
Tasaka thinks really hard, but she's acting as if she really doesn't remember. I'm astonished. She might be entirely driven by her emotions. Tasaka, I bet you're really bad at rock, paper, scissors.
嘘。なんであんたがそんなこと知ってるのよ。
Yeah, I knew it. If she likes to make the first move, she's probably not great when she has to react to someone else. Use the soy sauce for that, Saber. Don't you dare try putting mayonnaise on it.
そうでしたか。いえ、タイガがそちらをかけているので、私もそうするべきなのかと。
Fujine's just clowning around. She's hardly a good role model, so be careful from now on.
そうでしたか。以前はさくらを参考にしていたので、シロに注意されることはなかったのですが。
Well, I'm not mad about it. I took the time to make the meal, so I just want you to enjoy it. So back to our conversation.
シロおかわり。お味噌汁は具だくさんね。
Got it. What about you, Saber? We trained harder than usual today, so you might be hungrier.
私は特に。ですが念のため、もう一杯いただいておきます。
Got it. If I find you woke up in the middle of the night and raided the fridge because you were too hungry to sleep, I might die of shock.
あ、ひどい。あれは私じゃないよ。見知らぬ泥棒さんが冷蔵庫を荒らしていっただけだい。
Yeah, the fridge burglar. Then go tell that burglar to eat her vegetables as well as meat. And tell her not to eat all the dessert in the fridge. And if that's what she was really after. Honestly, you're not like a hungry wild beast or anything.
なに？私を虎と呼ぶな！
Whoa, I didn't say anything about you. Yow. Who in their right mind would throw a piping hot daikon radish at me, you idiot?
シロ、台所の方で鍋が沸騰しているようですが。
Oh, hold on, Fujine. I need to turn the fire off.
よろしい。鶏肉とゆで卵の醤油煮を早く持ってくるのだ。
On it. I'm leaving Fujine in your hands, Saber.
はい。どうぞ慌てずに調理をしてください、シロ。
I get up. Oh, that reminds me. Why has Tasaka been so quiet this whole time? Tasaka, are you not liking dinner?
別に何でもないから話しかけないで。
She turns her head away grimly. She's not the type to dwell on things like Shinji for long, so there must be something else bothering her. Fujine goes home satisfied after dinner. Saber and Tasaka are in the living room. At first, that had been awkward, but after training with Saber for the last 2 days, it doesn't feel that way anymore. Saber, you can go to bed. I'll do the rest.
いえ、シロが眠るまでは私も起きています。シロの魔術がどれほどの腕なのか、リンから聞きたいところでもありますから。
Got it. Then let's go to Tasaka's room early. You don't mind, Tasaka?
ええ、構わないけど。随分とセイバーと仲良くなったのね、あなた。
Huh? For some reason, Tasaka says this in the same miffed tone she had when we were eating dinner.
部屋で待ってるから後片付けが終わったら来て。それと明日からは私も学校を休むから、午後は私のところに来なさいよね。
シロ、リンに何かしたのですか？彼女は怒っているように見えましたが。
I didn't do anything. You think that too, Saber? I don't know. I don't think I've done anything to make her mad. Saber and I face each other and tilt our heads. We have no idea why Tasaka's so angry.
そ
それじゃあ出始めにこのランプを強化してみて。周りのガラスの強度だけ上げればいいから。
Tasaka hands me an old-looking lamp. I sit on the floor. I cup the lamp with my hands and take a deep breath. Tasaka says it's like it's so easy, but I'm all tense from nervousness. I've been trying this every night, but with a success rate of below 0.1%. Tasaka says she wants to see what I can do to measure my skill, but there's nothing to measure if my strengthening doesn't work in the first place. I try to shake off any distractions. Right now I need to focus on the lamp. The blueprint of the lamp pops out in my head. The material of the glass, its composition, the flow of its power. I can see it as if it were a network of blood vessels. Then all I have to do is infuse my magical energy into those vessels. I just have to do what I always do. The sensation of a burning metal rod sliding down my spine. All I have to do is let that burning nerve into myself, however much it shouldn't exist in a human body, and let it fuse within me. As long as that works, all I have to do is pour the right amount of magical energy into the glass. Oh, it shatters. I couldn't control myself and ended up using more magical energy than I should have, and the glass shattered. I looked timidly at Tasaka.
やっぱりそうじゃないかって思ってたんだけど、本当にそうだったか。
What do you mean, Tasaka?
そんなの決まってるでしょ。あんたの才能のなさに呆れたのよ。そもそも基本がなってない。まったくよくもそんなデタラメな方法で魔力を生成できるもんだって感心するわよ。
Tasaka, are you mad?
当たり前じゃない。こんな基本的な問題を抱えたまま鍛錬してきたあんたにも呆れてるし、間違いを正さなかったあんたの死には殺意さえ覚えるわ。なんだってあんたはこんな遠回りなことになってるのよ。
I get it, but don't badmouth my old man. It's my own fault that I don't have talent. He's got nothing to do with it.
関係あるわよ。仮にも弟子にしたんなら教え子の道を正すのが師匠じゃない。そりゃもういない人に当たっても仕方がないけど、それにしたってあんたの師匠は初めの手順を間違えているわ。
Tasaka, clearly still angry, takes something that looks like a can out of her bag. It looks like a can filled with colorful hard candy, the sort of thing children overseas might like. I've seen similar containers in Japan, too. They hold a variety of differently colored candies. The white ones are mint.
白、手出して。
I do as she asks. Tasaka shakes out the can and red candy drops into my hand.
はい、それ飲んで。
What? I do as she asks. It's not sweet. Actually, it has no flavor at all. And the texture is more like a rock than a candy. It's a gem. I force myself to swallow it. Ouch, my throat is tingling. What was that, Tasaka?
何って宝石に決まってるじゃない。見てわからなかった？
She says it so casually. But that's totally outrageous. A jewel? Why?
仕方ないでしょ。薬も用意してきたんだけど、白を強制するにはそんなものじゃ効かないの。だから一番強いのでスイッチを開くしかないなって。
That's not my point. Why'd you make me swallow a jewel? I can't digest that.
あのね、不安があるならもっと別のことを不安がりなさい。ただの宝石じゃないんだから。今のはまだ分かってないあなたに無理やり分からせるための強制装置。そろそろ解き始める頃だから気合い入れてないと気絶するわよ。
You say I'm going to faint so casually. Just as I say that, it starts to get weird. What? My body is burning. My limbs are starting to go numb. Heat builds up in my back and a flare of what I can only describe as pain. I furrow my brow and try to concentrate, or I know I'll fall over. What did... I know this feeling. This is the feeling of failure. This is my body reacting when it fails to construct a magic circuit inside me.
大丈夫。苦しいでしょうけど、今の状態を維持していれば少しずつ楽になるわ。もっとも体の熱さだけは 2,3 週間続くだろうけど。
I really want to respond, but I can't stay composed enough to do it. All I can do is muster the strength to stay balanced so I don't topple over.
いい？魔術師と人間の違いっていうのはスイッチがあるかないかなの。このスイッチっていうのは魔術回路のオンオフだってのはわかるでしょ？ほら、そこにお湯を沸かせる電気ポットがあるじゃない？魔術師っていうのはそれなの。で、普通の人はお湯は沸かせないけどお湯を保温できるポットってわけ。似たようで違うものなのよ、私たちは。お湯を沸かすスイッチのあるなしはもう個人ではどうしようもない問題でしょ。生まれつき、いいえ、作られる時に電気ポットか保温瓶か分けられるんだもの。スイッチがない人には一生魔術なんて体験できない。いい？あなたは素人だけど魔術回路は確かにある。つまり適性はあるのよ。だから一度でも魔術回路を体内に作ってしまえば、あとは切り替えるだけでいい。
Turn it on and off again.
スイッチを押して自分の中でオンとオフを切り替えるだけで魔力はなるわ。
I calm my breathing. Just as Chisaka said, so long as I maintain my composure, things don't get worse.
魔術回路を作るのは一度だけでいいのよ。だっていうのに、あなたは毎回一から魔術回路を作って自分の中に組み込もうとしている。それは無駄なの。一度でも体内に確立したものなら、あとは切り替えるだけでいいんだから。本来ね、魔術回路を成し得た者は次にいつでも切り替えられる鍛錬を受けるのよ。けどあなたの死はそれをしなかった。だから毎回死の危険性を負って魔術回路を作るなんて真似をしてる。
Which probably implies he's got many.
いえ、もしかしたらあなたの父親も同じ勘違いをしていたのかもしれないけど。
I exhale. Sensation is starting to return to my limbs.
ずっと間違って鍛錬してきたあなたのスイッチは閉じている。こうなっちゃうと力技でこじ開けてシロの体にスイッチがあるって分からせなくちゃいけないでしょ。いい？今の宝石はね、そのスイッチを強制的にオンにするものよ。だからシロはずっとそのまま。元の状態に戻りたかったらシロ自身の力でオフにするしかない。それができたのならあとは宝石の助けなんていらないわ。以後は比較的簡単な精神の作用であなたは魔術回路を操れるようになる。
I get that, but can't we do something about this burning sensation? She keeps telling me to turn off the switch, but how the hell am I supposed to do that?
もう喋れるの？自身のコントロールはうまいんだ。なら思ったより早く元に戻れるかもね。スイッチそのものは今の状態を落ち着けよう、早く楽になろうって体の方で勝手にオフにしてくれるから。あとはそのスピードを自分の意志で速くするだけね。簡単でしょ。
It's not. I don't get it. You say there's a switch, but it doesn't feel real to me.
今はそうだけど、そのうち明確にイメージできるようになるわ。頭の中にポンってボタンが浮かぶようになるから。あとはそれを切り替えるだけで、とりあえず魔術回路は簡単に開けるようになるわよ。
I hope so, but I just feel sick right now.
でしょうね。シロ、今まで強化の魔術を使ったらすぐに魔術回路を閉じてたでしょ。今はその逆でずっと魔術回路が開いている状態だもの。いつでも全力疾走しているようなものだから苦しいのは当たり前よ。けど魔術師ならそれぐらいは必須条件なんだから。マスターとして戦うって言うんならスイッチのオンオフはきっとシロの助けになる。
I know you took me by surprise, but I appreciate what you did. You're right. Once I grasp the idea of the switch, it'll help a lot.
分かってるじゃない。けど感謝される言われなんてないわよ。私は協力者であるあんたが弱いままだと困るから手助けしているだけなんだから。
Tasaka huffs and looks away. Maybe it's because my body's all warm. But dazed as I am, I'm finding myself thinking that Tasaka might be a good person.
何よ、人の顔ジロジロ見て。
Nothing, I just thought you weren't really being honest.
そう、そんな軽口を叩けるなんて余裕あるじゃないエミヤ君。そんなに元気なら続けて教えても大丈夫よね。
Tasaka grins wickedly and draws closer. Ugh. Hold on a minute. I still can't move a muscle. So what is she... Hey!
それじゃあもう一度強化をしてみて。今のあなたじゃ魔力のコントロールもできないだろうけど、その状態に慣れてもらわないと戦力にならないわ。大丈夫。ランプは山ほど持ってきたし、何十回失敗するかわからないけど、強化が成功するまで休ませてなんてあげないから。
She smiles, and even though I can hardly move, she hands me a lamp. Ugh. Tasaka, this is brutal. It's like forcing someone to walk a tightrope while I have 40-degree fever.
参ったわ。まさかこっちが先に音を上げることになるなんてね。
Wait, she's giving up? Why are they pinging me about Fortnite? Tasaka glares at me. Her penetrating stare is accusing. Sorry?
私の見通しが甘かった。まさか30個全部壊されるなんて思いもしなかったから。悪いけど今日の鍛錬はこれでおしまいよ。シローの強化を測れる道具がないから。
Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Come on, at least I tried. I tried hard even though my body was burning up like I'd been thrown into a boiling kettle. I tried, but in the end I didn't manage to succeed in my magecraft a single time. You know, if it's just the glass that's broken, you can fix it. I saw you fix the broken window in my house the other day.
無理。あれは普通に破損したものでしょ。こっちはシローの魔力に耐えきれなくなって割れたものだもの。他人の魔力を帯びたものに干渉するのは難しいって覚えておいて。
Yeah.
そうよ。いいからシローは休んでいいわ。今日はスイッチを呼び起こしただけでよしとしましょう。コントロールできるようになったらこの続きを教えるから。
I appreciate the chance to rest, but what else are you going to teach me?
シロー強化しかできないんでしょ。前にそれしか使えないって言ってたけど、それならもう少し上級の変化ぐらいまで持っていけるかもしれない。強化と変化、それに投影の魔術について教わったことはない？
I have a little. Strengthening is, as the word suggests, used to strengthen something. Most people typically think of strengthening just as making something harder, but it actually involves enhancing an object's attributes and effects. A sword getting sharper, a lamp glows brighter, and so on. Alteration doesn't need much explanation. For example, you can't start a fire using blades. Alteration is when some ability beyond the object's usual traits is imbued into it. And then projection is... Wait, what is projection again? I remember my old man saying a word like that a lot, but...
強化と変化は知ってるんでしょ？なら投影もおのずと想像はつくと思うけど。 するに物を複製するって魔術よ。強化や変化みたいに元からあるものに手を加える魔術じゃないわ。基本的には無から1から10を全て自分の魔力で構成するものだから、難易度的には最高ね。けど魔力ってのは使い捨てでしょ。投影で作り上げたものはすぐに消えてしまうのよ。10の魔力を使って作り上げた投影の剣と1の魔力で強化させた剣とでは強化の剣の方が強くなる。強化は手を加えるだけでいいから効率がいいってわけ。その点投影は魔力を使いすぎるからメジャーに使われる魔術じゃないわ。
I remember now. My old man said something similar. He said it wasn't worth it, so I shouldn't pursue it.
そういうこと。さあ、質問が済んだのなら終わりにしましょう。足元もおぼつかないようだし、部屋の前までぐらいは送っていってあげるから。
Tasaka helps me to our room, and Saber is waiting for me by the veranda corridor.
お疲れ様でした、二人とも。
I don't even have the strength to answer. I just nod in thanks and head to my room.
シローはどうですか、リン。
ダメ、すっごくダメ。あいつ才能ないわ。
It's a typically merciless Tasaka response. And the next thing I know, I'm staring up at the night sky. Tonight, I'm not trying to run away because I'm anxious around Saber. I'm just trying to let the night wind cool my burning body and think about what Tasaka taught me. Once I can use my switch, then it'll be time to think about the next steps. If I can't even manage the simple task of strengthening, I don't know what the future might hold for me. I try to infuse magical energy into a wooden plank I dragged out from the shed as I mumbled to myself. A cracking sound echoes upon me. The plank cracks and my strengthening fails. I can see its structure fine, but I don't understand why I can't control my magical energy. Tasaka said I was putting too much power into it. She even said that I should just use small amounts of magical energy and just focus on reinforcing the object's weak points. So she's basically telling me to take it easy. She doesn't have to remind me. Problem is, I can't manage to ease up. If only there was a good way to relax. The sound of barely audible footsteps just reaches my ears. This is the second time I've sensed that presence. What? I don't need anything from you.
それは私も同じだ。だが、リンが気に病んでいるようなのでな。見るに見かねたというやつだ。
I throw the plank away, glaring at Archer. Archer seems curious about the plank. He picks it up.
強化の魔術か。にしてもひどい出来だ。
What? Yeah, I know I'm not fully trained mage. I feel bad for making your master take an extra work on me.
いや、そうではない。これに関してはリンも間違えている。
Huh? What do you mean?
元からあるものに手を加える。それは高望みしすぎだ。そんなことができるほどお前は器用ではあるまい。
He's just saying whatever he wants, but I can't think of a response. He's right. I know I'm not skilled, and it's my own fault I can't do magecraft properly. There's no point in taking it out on him.
どうした？昨夜ほどの元気はないか？
Shut up. I'm just not saying anything because you're right. It's all my fault for not being good enough. I huff and look away. I don't know how he interpreted that, but...
お前はある意味死に恵まれていないのかもしれないな。
Archer almost sounds impressed for a moment. That's not true. My old man and Tasaka are good teachers. I'm the one who can't learn.
だからだ。お前相手にはな、何も分かっていない魔術師の方がうまく作用する。天才には凡人の悩みは分からない。
That's really kind of the point. Like, people who just know inherently can't explain to the masses well how their processes work. Now, again, if you're actually knowledgeable in your craft, it's pretty simple to explain it in simple terms, but there are people that just don't know how to, like, dial it back to dumb it down for people.
リンは優等生すぎるから落ちこぼれであるお前の間違いに気がつかないのだ。
I don't really get what Archer's trying to say. I don't get it, but if I had to guess... I don't get it. Are you trying to pick a fight? If so, bring it on.
それも間違いだ。エミやシロは格闘には向かない。お前の戦いは精神の戦い。己との戦いであるべきだからだ。
They say a mage's battle is a mental one. I already know that. But if we're gonna fight, it should be with our fists.
まったく。これではセイバーも苦労しよう。
Archer despises me from the bottom of his heart. I've never seen his eyes like this. They seem filled with real disappointment and anger.
一度しか言わんからよく聞け。いいか。戦いになればエミやシロに勝ち目などない。お前のスキルでは何をやってもサーバントには通じない。
Saber already told me that. I won't win in battle. No matter what grand scheme I try, I have no chance of victory.
ならばせめてイメージしろ。現実でかなわない相手なら想像の中で勝て。自身が勝てないのなら勝てるものを幻想しろ。所詮お前にできることなどそれぐらいしかないのだから。
I don't know why, but Archer's words strike a chord with me. My heart's telling me not to forget them. More than anyone else, I know I should never forget what this man's saying.
どうかしているな。殺すべき相手に助言をするなど。どうやら私にもリンの甘さが映ったようだ。
All of a sudden, Archer disappears. Archer's supposed to be keeping watch. He must have gone back to the roof where he can do that best. What's with him? I complain to the empty air. Naturally, there's no response. While Archer's words echo in my mind, the cold air blows over my flushed body. It should be the third and final day before things kick off, but we're gonna see. February 8th. Neo. I'm dreaming. It must be because my blood is feverish and my entire body is sobbing. Something I'd rather not have to remember plays out in my dream. This is my oldest memory. It's also a memory I can't escape. It's a scene from 10 years ago, and one I usually try not to think back on. I can't ever erase it from my memory, though. It's not that I forgot. It's not even that I want to forget. It's just that it's already happened. So it's not especially painful. And I don't really feel all that angry about it either. The past is the past. I can't return to it. I can't redo it. All that happened is that I escaped and lived on. Looking forward is all I can do. Nobody told me to do that. But I've thought about that, even if just vaguely, since I was a kid. I can't forget or deny the past. The only way to keep the memory of what we lost alive is to acknowledge it. It's hot. I wake up to find my body is still burning up. I must have wound up falling asleep out in the cool air last night. Inside this dimly lit shed with me and... Saber!
目が覚めましたか、シロ。部屋を抜け出すのは構いませんが、ここで眠るのはだらしがないのではありませんか。
Oh, morning. Well, I was burning up last night and I went outside. I got sleepy.
見ればわかります。 説明はいいですから、次からは気をつけてください。マスターにこのような場所で休息を取られては、私の立場がありませんから。
Sorry, I'll try to sleep in my room from next time.
分かっていただければ助かります。ところでシロ、先ほどからタイガが呼んでいるのですが。
Fujine, what's she want?
朝食の問題ではないでしょうか。朝食の時間はとうに過ぎていますから。
Oh, what? It's already past 7. Crap, I overslept.
そうですね。シロが最後に起きるのは珍しい。よほど昨夜のリンとの鍛錬が答えたのでしょう。
Saber provides a calm analysis of the situation. But I don't have time for idle chit-chat. I know you went out of your way to wake me up, but go on back ahead of me. I'll hurry up and get changed, and head to the kitchen.
はい。それでは、できる限りタイガをなだめているとしましょう。
Saber turns and heads back towards the house. Calm Fujine. Saber sure has adapted well to our morning routine. I dash to the kitchen. I ignore Fujine's jeers and prepare breakfast as quickly as I can. Sorry to keep you waiting. There's not much time before school starts, so hurry and eat up. I plop breakfast onto the table. Suddenly, Fujine explodes, practically spitting fire.
何これ、焼いたトーストだけじゃない。シロ、なんで今日の朝ごはんこれだけなのよ。
Why do you think? Hey, I overslept. I don't have time to make anything else. And a breakfast with toast is typically just that. It's just missing salad and eggs. So there's not much huge difference.
大差なんてあります。ね、みんなもそう思うでしょ。
Fujine tries to appeal to Saber and Tosaka, who both eat in silence. This isn't going to go in her favor. Neither of them is as gluttonous as Fujine. She's barking up the wrong tree.
そうね。藤村先生じゃないけど、こんな手抜きは容認できないかな。繁殖を舐めてるとしか思えないわ。
Jesus Christ, you snarky. Hey, wait a minute. I thought she didn't eat breakfast to begin with. Now why's she sighing, all disappointed? That's way out of character.
ほら、みんなシロが悪いって。多数決で決定したから反省した後、ちゃんとした朝ごはんを提供すること。
Fucking Christ. That's so unfair. Besides, if I start making a dish now, you're going to be late, Fujine. It's already 7:30, so you need to do the whole running out of the house with a piece of toast hanging from your mouth thing. Give it up!
いいよ。私、遅刻か空腹かの選択なら朝ごはんを尊重するから。
That's nuts! What kind of teacher even are you? Just eat your toast and go to school. I absolutely refuse to make anything else, even if it kills me.
もう、シロったら変なところで真面目なんだから。そんなじじくさいこと言ってると、すぐおじいさんになっちゃうんだからね。
You don't need to remind me. Thanks to you, I'm practically an old man already. I huff and take a bite of toast. Okay, she might be right. There is something kind of sad about being here. So many people here, and then only having toast for breakfast. The sound of clashing shinai echoed through the dojo. Each bout goes essentially the same as they had the days before. Saber casually sweeps my desperate strikes aside and counterattacks far, far more effectively. I barely manage to block and continually strike back, only for Saber to riposte, and I lose every time. I stop, breathing heavily, shoulders heaving. Wiping sweat from my brow, I work to get my breathing under control.
何を休んでいるのですか。昨日までのシロなら、そこで諦めるようなことはなかったはずです。さあ、早く打ち込んできてください。
He still hasn't figured out the switch thing yet. Hold on, I need to catch my breath. A little break, please.
何をらしくないことを。シロが来ないというのでしたら、私から攻め込むだけですが。
I totally mind.
それでも構わないのですね。
Saber stares down at her poor student. My body just won't listen, no matter how she looks at me.
はあ、一体どうしたのです、シロ。今朝のあなたは今までとは別人のようです。まっすぐに打ち込んでくる太刀だけは目を見張るものがあったというのに、今朝のシロには力強さを感じません。
I know that, I really do. I just can't do almost anything today. My situation has drastically changed since yesterday.
体の熱がまだ取れないのですか？ですが、そんな理由で体のキレが落ちるようでは話になりません。
That's not how this works.
少し頭を冷やして気持ちを入れ替えてください。
Well, before I do that, can you do something about that first? I point toward our audience standing by the wall.
何？私に構わなくていいから訓練を続けていいわよ。
Sokka doesn't get it. I can't concentrate on fighting Saber with her staring at me like that.
リンが気になるのですか？それこそ修行不足ですね。いいでしょう。それでしたら見学者のことなど気にならないようにして差し上げます。
Well, hold up, Saber. I still haven't caught my breath.
問題はありません。そのようなものは戦いの最中に整えるものです。
Saber suddenly vanishes. Good. The moment I realize I'm in danger and raise my shine to guard my face, Saber strikes me right on the head. It was a rough morning. After getting knocked out, I stopped worrying about Tasaka watching. My focus went entirely to blocking Saber's attacks, and the next thing I knew, it was lunchtime.
けどあれよね。セイバーって本当に冷静よね。3時間もシロと試合してて眉一つ動かさないんだから。普段も無口だけど戦闘時はさらに磨きがかかるっていうか。何？もう無機質みたいな感じ？
I'm not sure if it's because she enjoyed seeing me get knocked around, but Tasaka's in a good mood. The two are resting in the living room. As for me, I'm preparing lunch by myself as punishment for my lax approach to training this morning. Unbelievable. I just want to make something easy, like cold soma noodles.
無機質ですか。そうですね。そう意識したことはありませんが、剣を握っているときは感情を止めているのかもしれません。それは試合とい
何？それって女の身で剣を持つための心構えってやつ？体格で劣っているから心だけは負けないようにって。
それは違います、リン。冷静であるのは戦う時の心構えですが、それは男も女も変わりのないことでしょう。リンとて戦闘時には情を捨てるはずです。あなたはそれができる人ですから。
That is part of it. Like, in a combat setting or a fight setting, if you're being emotional, which is unfortunately a very gender-specific trait most of the time. Not saying anything, but you know what I mean. If you're being calm, you're more likely to make the right decision in a crucial moment than if you're just being emotionally driven.
言ってくれるじゃない。まあそりゃあ事実だけどさ。けどセイバーのは私とは違うわよ、絶対。私は捨ててるのは甘さだけだもの。あなたほど達観はできないわ。
そのようですね。だからあなたは華やかなのでしょう。戦いの中でも女性のしなやかさを保っていられる。
何よ、嫌味？華やかさで言ったらあなたにはかなわないわ。シロがあっちにいるから白状するけどね。私初めてあなたを見た瞬間にすっごい美人だなって見とれたんだから。
I can hear you, Tasaka.
それはリンの思い違いでしょう。この身が華やかに見えたのなら、 それは私ではなくセイバーというクラスが華やかなだけではないでしょうか。
そんなんじゃないってば。純粋にね、同じ女として負けたって思ったんだもの。そうでもなければあそこまでショックは受けなかったわよ。
ですからそれが間違いです。私は一度も自身を女性だと思ったことはないし、一度も女性として扱われたことはありません。
This is untrue.
その私が華やかであるはずがない。
Saber's words bring the conversation to an end. As I listen in, kitchen knife in hand, I find myself getting irritated by what Saber's saying. I've always wondered, what does she think she is? I chop the chicken a bit harder than I need to. For some reason, I'm annoyed.
私は自分を女性だと思ったことはありません。
Not that it has anything to do with me. I slam my knife down on the cutting board as if it were a hammer. It doesn't help me feel any better.
今日の課題はそれね。昨日より数は増やしたし、そっちの体も落ち着いてるみたいだから、今度こそ成功するでしょう。
I have no idea how she carried them here, but Tasaka reveals about 40 lamps.
私はちょっと外に出てるわ。しばらく経ったら戻ってくるから、それまでに終わらせておきなさい。
Tasaka leaves her room. Alright. It's only been a night, but I hope I can succeed at least a couple of times. Phew, I think I got half done. Took an hour to work on strengthening about 20 lamps. Half of them shattered, and nothing at all happened to the other half. Of those that didn't change, maybe 5 look like they've been infused with magical energy. Now for the remaining 20. Hold on. Wouldn't 5 be enough for a test? All the lamps look to be antiques. I feel bad about breaking more of them. Yeah. This is a tough call, because I feel like calling her would be a bad idea, considering she told me to just work. You know what? Fuck it. Call her. Waiting doesn't seem like the good answer either. I should call Tasaka back. I shouldn't break any more lamps. Actually, I really shouldn't be talking big after breaking over 40 lamps. Hey, Tasaka. I call out to her, but there's no answer. That's weird. Did she step out of the house? Where else might Tasaka go? There's someone in the shed. Sounds like Tasaka and Saber are talking inside. Hey, Tasaka! The instant I lift my hand to call out to her, a chill runs up my spine. I think it's because I can feel Tasaka's magical energy seeping from the shed. It pulses with enmity. What the? I immediately stop calling for her. Even from here, I can tell Tasaka is agitated. But I can hear the two of them talking. Before I know it, I'm eavesdropping. Tasaka sounds both angry and nervous. Saber stands silently behind her.
信じられない。セイバー、あなたこのことに気がついてたわね。
いいえ、私には分からなかった。私は騎士であって魔術師ではない。ここには違和感があっただけで、ビンほど状況を把握しているわけではありません。
そうなら教えてあげる。あいつは魔術師なんかじゃないわ。
リン、それはどういう意味でしょうか。
言葉通りの意味よ。魔術っていうのはね、結局は等価交換なの。どんな神秘だってよそにあるものをここに持ってきて使っているだけ。
けどこれは違う。あいつはどこにもないものをここに持ってきてしまっている。ここにはあってはならないものを形にしている。それは現実を侵食する想念に他ならない。あいつの魔術はきっとある魔術が劣化しただけのものなんだわ。
I have no idea what Tasaka is saying, but I definitely shouldn't be listening in on two of them. I walk away from the shed. I'll be lying to Tasaka, but I should go back to her room and pretend I was waiting for her to come back. It's 2 o'clock. There's no sign of Tasaka returning, so I just focus on finishing my assignment. Oh, the phone's ringing. The ringing just reaches my ears from elsewhere in the house. It's in the living room. Tasaka can... No, she won't dare pick up a phone in someone else's house. I doubt it's an important phone call, but I shouldn't ignore it. I stand up and head to the living room to answer the phone. There's nobody in the living room. Saber and Tasaka must be in the courtyard. Hello, Emiya residence.
Yo, Emiya. 今日も休んでいるようだけど、体の調子が悪いのかい?
All of a sudden, Shinji's voice sounds from the other end of the line, heavy with barely restrained laughter. That you, Shinji? What do you want? I don't think we have anything to talk about.
なんだよ、釣れないな。こっちはエミヤに一つ教えてやろうと思って電話をしたのに。
Tell me something.
ああ、どうしても話しておきたいことがあったんだけど、お前、学校に来ないじゃないか。これ以上長引くのもなんだし、もう我慢できないから連絡を入れたんだ。それで、そっちに遠坂はいるのか?
Shinji sounds kind of odd. He seems weirdly excited. I can hear other students in the background, so he must still be at school. It's a little past 2. 5th period should be over. So I think it's break time right now.
おい、聞いてるんだよ、エミヤ。遠坂はそこにいるの？いないの？
Now right now, she just stepped away.
そうか、ちょうどいい。二人だけで話がしたかったんだ。いいこと教えてやるからさ。今から学校に来いよ、エミヤ。もちろん、遠坂には内緒でね。
I don't know how to respond to that. Shinji's acting weird, and we're already talking. I don't see a reason to go all the way to school, and if I take off without telling Misaka, it'll feel like betrayal. Sorry, but I can't go to school. If you have something for me, it'll have to wait until next week. I'll go back to school after the weekend.
何勝手なこと言ってんだよ、お前。
Me.
それじゃ遅いんだよ。我慢できないって言ったじゃないか、今。
Shinji's yelling now. He must be really excited because I can hear his heavy breathing over the phone.
少しは考えてるじゃないか。そうだよね。さすがに今更一人でやってくるわけがないから。どう見ても怪しいもんな、この電話。エミヤでもやばいって感じたわけだ。
His tone shifts entirely, and he even starts laughing. Hold on a minute. Calm down. You're acting real strange, Shinji. I don't know what happened, but...
嘘をつくなよ、エミヤ。遠坂のことだ。お前に全部話したんだろ？いいよ、隠さなくて。そうだよね。エミヤはセイバーのマスターだもの。僕よりずっと一発な人殺しってわけだ。
Shinji seems to be enjoying himself. I've known about him for 5 years, or I've known him for 5 years now, but I'll never seen him so wound up. Shinji, are you?
いいから、学校で待ってるよ。急げよ、エミヤ。今からなら6次元目には間に合う。ちょうど藤村の授業だし、遅刻しても問題ないだろう。
Well, even Fujine would get mad if we were late for her class. And I might even get more of an earful if I showed up for 6th period rather than missing the whole day.
そんなのは自業自得じゃないか。ああ、それと遠坂にバラしたら本当に絶交するからな。今まで桜のことは目をつむってやったんだ。
conversation ends there. All I hear is the buzzing electronic tone from the receiver. What's with him? But what should I do? Tasako should be in the house. But I don't see her anywhere, and if I go to school, I can't bring Saber. But then if I don't do what Shinji asks, I'm worried what he might do. He's probably agitated because of that merciless rejection Tasaka gave him yesterday. If I ignore him, he might get violent with Sakura again. Well, it's still bright out, so I shouldn't be an issue. I should hurry now that I've made a decision. If I hurry, I should be able to make it by 6th period. There's nobody at the school gate. From outside, it looks like the school is deserted since class is in session. Maybe there's no physical education class either, since nobody's in the courtyard either. Well, that's going to change in a few minutes. When 6th period's over, school's out. The campus and exit will be overflowing with people on their way out. I head up to the 3rd floor. There's nobody in the hallway either. Everyone must be in their classrooms, so I feel a little awkward walking into Class C. Well, it's not like I'm going to be completely conspicuous, so I should hurry to the classroom. Class C is down the hall. Right now I'm in front of Class H, which is closest to the stairs. So there are 5 classrooms between me and my destination. A wave of dizziness slams into me. My entire body is overcome with nausea. My stomach churns. My senses are going completely haywire. Red floods my vision, as if blood were seeping down my eyes. The temperature around me hasn't changed, but my body is suddenly unbearably hot. What the hell is this? I stumble. Strength leaves my body. I feel like I'm withering and I can't do anything to stop it. And the same way you can't stop sand from falling in an hourglass. I'm suffocating. My throat burns. Was all the air sucked from this hallway or from the entire school? I sway and by accident stagger towards the door. Desperate for air, I jerk it open. What? I freeze. This is so unbelievable I can't find the wherewithal to get confused. Outside the window, the entire campus is a field of endless red. It looks like the school was carved out of the world and plunged into a sea of red. The school building looks like an altar draped in a red canopy. And then finally, I realize what's happening. I move away from the window. I muster up what sense I have left and force my feet to move, heading to the classroom closest to me. Inside, not a single student is seated in any of the chairs. They're all lying on the floor, even the teachers on the floor behind the podium. They're still breathing. Everyone is convulsing as if pleading for help. Nobody is dead yet. The students don't have the strength to get up. They're just waiting to rot away. Seeing their miserable state on the floor, brings to mind the burning ruins from that day. The nausea intensifies, but I can still get a handle on the situation. I take a look at the students on the floor. It's difficult, but we can breathe. They're not dead. If I hurry and get help, there may be a chance to save them. But the moment I check the face of the students nearby, something clicks inside my head. Their skin. It's hard as wax. Not everyone is like this. It varies from person to person, but most severely weakened students' blood seems to have coagulated around their joints. Oily and glistening. Stiff, motionless arms, fixed, staring eyes, just like wax figures. I know this. I recognize this scene. Stop. This is just a hellscape. I know this sight well. I said stop! All that's sustaining me now is the anger that has completely eclipsed any fear. My left arm tingles. The command spell on the back of my hand is warning me that the enemy is nearby. I run through my breathing is heavy and labored. I run though my breathing is heavy and labored, yes. I've long since lost my mind.
Yo, Emiya.
そうで何よりだ。どう？気に入ったかいこの思考は。
At the end of the hallway, Shinji Matao is standing in front of Class C. My arm throbs. My command spells are screaming at me, telling me the boy just ahead caused all of this. So this is all you're doing, Shinji? I can't breathe properly, but I glare at Shinji, who's keeping his distance. He must really like what he's seeing, because the next thing I know, Shinji throws his arms wide and starts cackling in a blood-red hallway.
そうだと。お前がやってきたのが分かったんでね。すぐに結界を発動させたんだ。タイミングには苦労したんだぜ。何しろあんまり早すぎると逃げられるし、遅すぎると顔を合わせるからさ。僕としちゃエミヤが顔面蒼白になるのを見たかったわけだし、単純に事を起こすのだけは避けたかったんだ。
So you were lying about having something to discuss.
話はこれからさ。僕とお前どちらが優れているか遠坂に思い知らせないといけないし、エミヤには嘘の謝罪をしないといけないからね。ほら、エミヤには黙ってたけど学校に結界を敷いたのは僕なんだ。
Shinji laughs like it's the funniest thing ever. That. I guess I've learned never to trust him.
あれ？思ったより驚かないな。なんだ。この結界は僕じゃないって言ったのに、エミヤは信じてくれなかったんだ。いいねいいね。お前でも人を信じないなんてことがあったわけだ。
Shinji's merry laughter bores into my skull like a drill. I have to point out, I'm plenty surprised. I'd just been bracing myself to learn who set up this bounded field, Shinji or the other master. That was all. But so much for my optimism. I should have settled things with Shinji the moment I learned he was a master. This is all my fault. Shinji, why did you do this? Were you lying about having no intention of fighting too?
いや、それは本当なんじゃない。僕だってこんなものを発動させる気はなかったんだ。これはあくまで交渉材料だったんだよ。爆弾を仕掛けておけば遠坂だっておいそれと僕を襲わなくなるし、万が一の切り札にもなるからね。
I see, but Tasaka said it would take a few more days to activate the bounded field. Does that mean she miscalculated?
遠坂らしい意見だ。けどさ、結界は完成していないだけで形はとっくにできているんだぜ。単純に発動させる分には支障はないんだ。ま、おかげで効果は薄いけどね。この分じゃ一人殺すのにあと数分はかかるんじゃないかな。
Stop it. The nausea is long since gone. The only thing I can think to say to Shinji right now.
止めろ？何をだい？まさかこの結界を止めろだなんて言ってるんじゃないだろうな。一度起こしたものを止めるなんてそんなもったいないことできないな、僕は。
I said stop it. Do you have any idea what you've done?
イラつくな。お前、何僕に命令してるわけ？大体さ、これは僕の力じゃないか。止めるかどうかを決められるのは僕だけだし、止めて欲しかったら土下座くらいするのが筋ってもんじゃないの？まったく。
藤村。
いいお前といい。自分の立場が分かってないな。
Hey, what about Fujine?
ああ、藤村ね。この結界ができてからさ、あいつ結構動けたんだよ。でさ、倒れずにいた僕のところまでやってきて、救急車を呼んでとか言ってきたんだ。すごいよね。教育者の鏡ってやつ。けど、そんなもの呼ぶわけにはいかないし、呼ぶ気もないじゃない。藤村のやつ、それでもしがみついてくるもんだからうざくなってさ、蹴り飛ばしてやったらピクリとも動かねえでやんの。
んじゃ真っ先に死んだんじゃねえのあいつ。
I feel a switch flipping inside me. Tasaka said something about pressing a switch in my head, but it's nothing like that. There's this echoing clang in my head. A firing hammer strikes inside my head, and the inside of my body suddenly switches over. This is your last warning. Stop the bounded field, Shinji.
わからないやつだね。お前に頼まれれば頼まれるほど止めたくなんてなくなる。そんなに気に食わないんなら力ずくでやってみろよ、エミヤ。
Got it. Then it's really simple. All I have to do, I need to stop him so I can stop the bounded field. Something surges inside me. Fiery heat blooms through my whole body. There are no more than 20 meters between me and Shinji. It should only take an instant. My body is surging with vitality, so much more than when I activate my magic circuits.
本当にバカだね、お前。
A shadow wavers. The dark shape waiting in the corner of the hallway begins to take shape and move. A hard, sharp edge made of darkness itself. It's like a guillotine, ready to cleave anything that approaches Shinji in two. I don't know what kind of magecraft it is. 3 shadows emerge. If that's all there is, Assuming it's Rider, I'm going to go with the I can't prevent it on my own. I can't block them. Well, I can at least manage to avoid them. But I'm not sure I can dodge them and attack Shinji. 3 sharp blades approach. I stop in my tracks and concentrate on evading, keeping an eye on Shinji. I take a step to the left to dodge the blade that rushes towards my stomach. I twist my upper body to avoid the second blade coming toward my chest. From the left, I have to avoid the first blade, and then rush forward to pass the third blade flying at my unprotected forehead. Not a problem, I can see where they're going. Compared to Saber's attack, this is like a game of dodgeball.
生意気なんだよ、お前。
3 more shadows rush toward me. I don't even need to see where these are going. The first attack showed me how far and fast these can go, so I have no trouble avoiding this attack. I pass through the gaps between the 3 overlapping shadows. They're no threat. I don't feel any danger from the shadows. Saber taught me that I shouldn't hesitate as long as I don't sense the attack will be fatal. Shinji! I close in on him. He has no shadows protecting him. Just a few more steps, maybe 3 more meters, and I can... Shinji turns and runs. The moment I reach out to grab his back, I can feel a chill run through my entire body, and I quickly jerk my arm back. Something cuts through the air. A black blade slices through the space I'd been occupying just an instant before. Gah! I stop. I don't know where she came from, but standing in front of me now, I can see the woman dressed in ominous black so dark that even the most venomous shade of crimson seems pale in comparison. My mind goes blank with fear. I'm going to die. I don't want to think about it, but the image of my own brutal death fills my head. I sense it. I sense only death. The shadows earlier were nothing like this.
いいぞ、ライナー。遠慮するな。そいつはお前の好きにしていい。
Rider's form blurs. I need to. Listen, if I stopped and hesitated already, like, I already know this is bad. This isn't going to be a battle. I retreat immediately. This isn't a good time to fight. I need to regroup and make Shinji stop the bounded field. I'm not sure what happened, but I retreat desperately. Fear makes everything in front of me appear completely white. I don't even know what I'm so terrified of. Without thinking, I throw my arm out to cover my neck. Something sharp buries itself in my arm. The dull sound of scraping bone tells me the next attack will end me. I run. I can't afford to look back. I just cover my vital spots with my hands as best I can in my frantic retreat. This is not exactly what I was expecting, but attacking did not seem like the smart move either, so I guess that's what it wanted, but it seems stupid to do that. The sharp edge slowly saws through my body with a horrible jarring sound. A spray of my own blood blots out my vision. Meanwhile, Ryder is rushing towards me so quick that I can't even see her. With each cut, I hear sounds that I can't even recognize coming from my mouth. But before my desperate retreat, somehow surviving the dozens of fatal blows striking at me. I don't know what I'm doing. Ryder's dagger is buried in my arm. My clothes are tattered and torn, my flesh is brutally shredded. But I'm still able to shield myself with my own body, blocking the attacks aimed at my neck and head. This isn't a conscious thing at all anymore. Pure instinct drives my reactions as I desperately try to survive Ryder's attacks. My breathing is labored. I'm only running away, rushing headlong to my imminent death looming over me. Eventually, whatever strength I have left will fade. She'll catch up to me, and then I'm dead. That's what Saber had been trying to tell me. Don't fight against the servant. Fight wouldn't even be the right word for it. She told me again and again, so why the hell am I in this position now? All I want to do is catch Shinji as fast as possible and make him shut off his goddamn bounded field. So what the hell am I doing? Shinji's elated, his voice triumphant. Ryder nods and swings her dagger up in a wide arc. She's striking at my head. I can't dodge. All I can really do is try to prevent her from hitting anything vital. The dagger stabs into my shoulder right below my collarbone. I hear a high-pitched metallic sound, then a click of the tongue. In the end, Ryder's dagger is starting to disintegrate. Ryder stops. In that instance, I frantically try to come up with a way to leverage this opportunity. Gravity? Something strikes me with all the force of a sledgehammer and I go flying out the window. It had only been a kick to the stomach, but I go flying, shattering the window. We're on the 3rd floor. Left alone, I'll die of blood loss anyway, so a fall from this height would be enough to finish me off. I mean, an ordinary human would be dead on the spot from a blow strong enough to send them flying like this anyway. I reach out. Maybe I'm not falling yet, or maybe I'm just hallucinating right before I die. But my body is still suspended midair. How? I reach out, desperately grasping for something, anything. The sky is crimson. The school is pulsating like a creature's stomach. And am I just going to die? Let something like this happen? Let this happen. Am I going to let myself die without saving so much as a single person? I can't. I grip my teeth furiously. I can't win. This is not even a battle. I knew that going in, but I've still screwed it up. There's no more pain. All I fear is my sheer rage making my insides unravel. I thought I could do it alone. This is what I get for saying I won't let Saber fight. I was an idiot. I can't save anyone on my own. If I really wanted to end this war, there's one thing I should have done right from the start. He asked me whether I was really going to fight Or really not going to fight, not kill, not let anyone kill. If I realize my mistake, I should first decide what to fix and then decide who to punish. And then, I see it. There on my arm, still reaching up as if to touch the heavens. My command spells, waiting for an order. Please come. I murmur those words like a prayer. My life doesn't matter anymore, but put a stop to this savage brutality. No, come, Saber! I muster up all my strength and call for my blade. One of my command spell strokes disappears. At that very moment, the space around me begins to waver. So this is magic. Saber clad in her silver armor bursts through the ripples in space and time to appear before me. God. My back slams into the ground. I stop breathing. The force of impact jars every bone and organ in my body. Several ribs crack or probably break outright. And yet, my body's intact. My bloody arms are still attached. Saber runs to me. Forcing my numb limbs to move, I push to my feet and show her that I'm all right. There's no time to explain. You understand what's happening, right, Saber? Take care of Ryder. Only you can beat her. No, there's something else I need to do first. We need to beat Shinji and Ryder as quickly as possible. Nothing is more important. Saber's focused only on me. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't happy about that. But there's no time to argue. If Saber doesn't want to listen, I just need to use my second command spell. She must have understood my resolve. Saber reluctantly accepts my decision. Defeat Ryder. I'll handle Shinji. Saber does not hesitate. She nods and without another word, turns towards the school building like a whirlwind. I run up the stairs. Ryder and Shinji are on the 3rd floor. I can tell Shinji's still on the 3rd floor because of the way my command spells are reacting. The moment I set foot on the 3rd floor, sparks fly. Is that Ryder? I couldn't see, but Saber must have parried Ryder's attempt to sneak attack from above. She doesn't need to tell me. Saber can't possibly lose to Ryder. She won't. I'm absolutely sure after what little I was able to learn of Ryder's ability during my brief fight with her. Saber's ability vastly exceeds Ryder's. I'm leaving her up to you, but try not to go too far. It'll be over soon once I stop Shinji. I run past Saber. In that same instant, Ryder flings a dagger at me with murderous intent, but Saber rushes in to deflect the attack. I run down the hallway. Ahead, I see a bewildered Shinji. Guess I'll be at a disadvantage if I go at him empty-handed. I need a weapon. It should be long, like a mop leaning against the locker there. Trace on. I pass magic energy through my body as I run. Maybe I'm not distracted, or maybe I just can't afford to think of anything else. I managed to strengthen the plastic mop as effortlessly as breathing. The shadows begin forming again. I'm badly injured, but I don't feel the least bit sluggish. More than that, I have a weapon now. That means I don't even need to dodge. I use the mop to smack aside each shadow as it flies towards me. The mop breaks, but I expected as much from something done so hastily. Besides, I don't need it anymore. I'm so close. Shinji! I lash out with a furious punch. The impact jars my arm, which is still practically cut to ribbons, so painfully that I nearly pass out. I punch Shinji in the stomach, then grab him and shove him against the wall. Shinji tries to shove my hand away. Without missing a beat, I kick his grasping arm. I can't even control myself right now. I slam the arm I kick against the wall and break it. I don't even hear Shinji's screams. This is bad. If I don't focus, it might become me who faints. I should hurry while I can still move. I grab Shinji's hair and smash him against the wall. Scream later. Release the bounded field, Shinji. I grab Shinji by the throat with an arm I can still control. Blood pours from my arm. It seeps through my clothes and drips into Shinji's body, staining him. If you won't cut off the bounded field, then I'll just have to kill you. I don't care which it is, so pick one. Now! I squeeze. It must be all the magical energy coursing through my body. I could snap his neck like a twig. I wouldn't take that bet right now. Okay. Bye, Shinji. I squeeze harder. There's no hesitation. Maybe a little sympathy. I feel bad as a fellow mage. Shinji has never taught the rules of being a mage, so I didn't have any problem killing innocents. Or so didn't have any problem killing innocents. I loosen my grip around his throat. There's no response from Ryder. But hearing Shinji, Saber takes a step back from Ryder. Ryder lowers her dagger. I see her mouth move. That's not how this works. I won, so you have to do as I say, Shinji. Get rid of your command spells. Then we'll never have to fight again. You won't be a master anymore. Then you go to the church in Shinto. I hear they protect masters who drop out of the war. Or is it something else? Were you lying when you said you made a bounded field to protect yourself? He thought he could be a mage. But what's the point of becoming one? It's over, Shinji. If you're not going to get rid of your command spells, I'll just have to cut them out. Shinji tilts his head in genuine wonderment. This isn't an act. Shinji really doesn't know what I'm talking about. Well, you see. I hear Saber shout. Maybe it's all that training at the dojo, but my body reacts to Saber's words before my brain processes them. I let go of Shinji and jump back. At the moment, Ryder's dagger swings through the spot I'd been standing in a heartbeat before. Ryder!
下がりなさい、マスター。この場から離脱します。シロ、下がって。ライダーは結界維持に使っていた魔力を全て解放するつもりです。
Huh? Unleash the magical energy. I look towards Ryder. She does seem odd. The way she just appeared here when she was been confronting Saber a second ago. the cold air emanating from her. Everything about her is suddenly far more intimidating than she's ever been.
ライダー、何考えてんだお前。エミヤのサーバントにさえ勝てないくせに勝手なことしてんじゃない。
はい、確かに私ではセイバーに及びません。ですがご安心を。我がホームは他のサーバントに凌駕しています。たとえ相手が何者であれ、我の失踪を妨げること。
She does have probably the best agility. Ryder raises her dagger. Everyone gasps in surprise. For some reason, Ryder presses her dagger to her neck and slashes her own throat. Red sprays everywhere. Blood gushes from the black-clad Ryder's pale neck. Shinji's just as surprised as the rest of us. No matter how extraordinary service may be, a slashed throat is fatal. Ryder will bleed out and disappear on her own. The splattered blood stops midair and slowly forms into a circle. A magic circle drawn in blood. It's a pattern I've never seen before. The design resembles a creature, an ominous creature. Ryder's created a giant lump of magical energy. The bounded field from earlier seems like child's play compared to this magic circle. What? I'm being pushed back? This must be truly massive amount of magical energy. I'm being pushed back as if by a strong wind. Saber grabs me and jerks me back. She faces down Ryder in her magic circle as she protects me. A throbbing sound pulses through the skull. With the sound of rending flesh, Ryder's hair whirls around her. Saber tugs my hand and drags me to the ground. There's a roar, then flash. I close my eyes against the raging wind. But even when my eyes closed, I still feel its intensity. Something white streaks by. A huge bolt of light shoots down the hallway at tremendous speed. All I see before me is dreadful destruction. Shinji and Ryder are gone. The bolt of light wasn't after us. It was probably a means of escape. My wound hurts. Or my wounds hurt. I feel a hammering in my head again. The heat flowing through my body quickly fades. I don't hear Saber's question. My vision goes blank white. I'm having that dream. Maybe this is what death looks like to me. The closer I get to death, the more I keep seeing these images I don't want to see. I see motionless bodies crumbling and disappearing. That moment when everyone desperately sought help, but none came. It was painful. It was so terrible, it hurt even to live. And I thought maybe just disappearing would put me out of my misery. Dazed, I reached my hand out. but not because I wanted help. I just thought the sky was so far away. That was my final thought, I think. And then I lost consciousness, and my outstretched hand fell to the ground. Or rather, it should have. A large hand grasps the smaller one as it falls. He rushed into the fire to save somebody and found me. I remember that face. I remember the tears pooling in his eyes, how overjoyed he was to have found a living human being. He looked so happy. It almost seemed like he was one being saved, not me. And then, he actually looked envious of me, who was on the brink of death. He even looked grateful for something he had rescued, or as he rescued the strange child. It was a turning point in my life. The weakness I showed in accepting death became a strength, a desire to live. My mind, which had practically gone blank, was filled with the joy of being saved in that moment. I tried to move my fingers with what strength I had left, so as not to let go of the man's hand, and then I finally passed out. Next thing I knew, I was in the hospital, and the man who saved me had come to visit. That was 10 years ago. From then on, all I'd ever did was follow Kiritsugu's footsteps. The only thing I could think of was being like him. It's not because he saved me. I couldn't shake off the image of his face back then, and I tried to become the same thing. I've been striving for that ever since. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I dreamed I wouldn't notice. That's right. That I would one day. I held to the hope, the dream that one day I too would be saved if I could smile like Kiritsugu did back then. When I open my eyes, I'm in my living room. The ticking of the clock is awfully loud. It looks like I've been sleeping on the floor, and when I raise my arms, I notice the bandages wrapped tightly around both of them. It's dark out. I sit up. According to the clock, it's 10 at night.
外暗いなじゃないわよこの恩知らず。目が覚めたらまず言うべきことがあるんじゃない？
You could just be mad. That's always helpful. Tasaka, you're here.
いたのかじゃないわよ。あんたの真横でずっと看病してやってたのに、ずいぶんな態度じゃない。
I didn't know that. That's ungrateful of me. Sorry, my brain's a little wonky. I can't really think straight, but thanks. I guess I owe you one again.
まあ、別に大したことじゃないからいいけど、シロもあれだけの怪我だったんだから、意識が朦朧としてるのも当然だしさ。で、痛いところはないの？とりあえず外傷は塞がってるけど、中身まではわからないから。異常があるんなら手当てしないとまずいでしょ。
No, I just feel dull. Nothing's hurting. It's just that I feel like I'm floating. I don't know how I ended up here. I don't remember what I did today. All right, Tasaka, how's the school? What's happened to me after that?
大丈夫。みんなのことは安心なさい。学校にはキレイがフォローに行ったから。廊下の補修とか事後処理はあいつがするから考えなくていいわ。あれでも新職なんだし、これぐらいさせなきゃ罰が当たるでしょ。
He's doing that? So that means the school's...
大事にはなってないわ。病院に運び込まれた生徒は多いけど、命に別状はないみたい。みんな栄養失調ってことで 2,3 日病院で休む程度だって。
Malnutrition. Okay, that's a relief. Dissolving the bounded field took longer than expected, but I wasn't too late. The instant I relax, every bit of strength floods out of me. I breathe out deeply and then lean back against the wall. Does that mean Kotomine healed me too? I don't think even you would be able to heal so many wounds.
何言ってるのよ。
それはあんたが勝手に直したの。バーサーカーの時と一緒。とりあえず傷を塞ぐだけなら超がつくほどの回復力だけど、あなたの方には覚えはないのよね。
Why would he remember healing nearly mortal wounds? No, I don't know why myself. I was normal until I formed a contract with Saber.
もしかして自分が知らないだけで祖先がトカゲだったとかない？
How could you say something like that with a straight face? This is weird for me too, you know? It's like my body isn't my own.
いいんじゃない？何はどうあれ、それで何度も命を長らえてるんだから。もう2回も助けられたことだし、トカゲになるぐらいは妥協できる交換条件だと思うけど。
Are you enjoying teasing the critically injured guy, Tosaka?
さっきまで重病人だった人でしょ。ま、ともかくセーバーに感謝しなさいよね。理屈はわからないけど、シローの体がそうなったのはセーバーのおかげなんだし。
Oh, my brain finally starts working. There's something I need to do. I needed her. I called her, so she came and she saved me. I need to tell her something right away. I stand up too quickly. Pain shoots through my body as I move, but I can't let that stop me. Tosaka, where's Saber?
道場にいるわ。私は部屋に荷物取りに行ってくるわね。
Tosaka heads over to the outbuilding. Ouch. My joints creak with pain. I grit my teeth and try to endure it as I head toward the dojo. I reach the dojo. Saber is sitting in Seiza style, as if she's meditating.
シロ、目が覚めたのですか？
Saber notices me coming in and hurries to her feet, then rushes over to me. Sorry for worrying you. I only just came to, and Saber?
すまないではありません。あなたには言いたいことが山ほどある。私を置いて敵の誘いに乗ったこと、一人で戦おうとしたこと、自身の体を気遣おうともしなかったこと、分かっているのですか？そのどれもが死に直結する愚行です。いや、実際あなたは死にかけていた。こうして私を追い詰めて何が楽しいのです。
No,
何ですか？生半可な弁明では引き下がりません。今日という今日はとことんあなたの考えを聞かせていただきますから。
Saber comes at me with all the rage and force of a hurricane. She's so intense that I'm not sure how to explain it, but I'm kind of enjoying Saber being so emotional. I know. Let me explain myself. Let's talk, Saber. As you can see, I've healed.
シロ、持ち直したのですか？
Yeah, it looks like it. I'm alive for now.
そうですか。それはよかった。
Where'd that angry look from a few seconds ago go? Saber heaves a relieved sigh and smiles softly as if celebrating my recovery. It helps me understand that even Saber, stoic as she always is acting like this because of how much I worried her. I wasn't relying on Saber, but she still accepted me as someone to fight alongside. How stupid of me. I hadn't realized the extent to which she's trusted me. And I couldn't extend the most basic trust of just letting her fight. Saber. I speak more comfortably now. I'm finally able to look her in the eye and it feels natural.
はい。何ですか、シロ。
Sorry, I was an idiot. I bow my head.
シロ、やめてください。先ほどのは言葉のあやです。怒っていたのは確かですが、あなたに謝ってもらう必要は。
Of course I do. I'm your partner and I owe you an apology. I'm sorry I worried you. As long as I'm with you, I'll never fight alone.
シロ、それは。
Yeah, Saber, please lend me your strength. I can't beat the other masters on my own and I need your help.
それでは、今までの行動が間違いだったと認めるのですね。シロはマスターとして後方支援に徹し、戦うのは私の役割だと。
Well, I still don't want to see Saber hurt. That's why I forbid her from fighting. And that's where I was wrong. Ever since I decided to fight with her, I should have just put everything I had into helping her. No, I don't think I was mistaken. If you're going to protect me, I'm going to protect you. I can't let you fight alone. Saber doesn't answer. The mood of the dojo turns frosty. I just can't let this go. I lift my head, thinking I'll just have to beg until she accepts my determination. But then...
その堅くなさは実にあなたらしい。
Correct! Saber?
まったく今さら答えるまでもないでしょう。私はあなたの剣です。私以外の誰があなたの力になるのですか、シロ。
Saber extends her left hand. I can't think of anything sensible to say, so I shake her hand. Our handshake forms something almost tangible. It's been a few days since we first met, but it feels like we finally formed a real contract.
何握手なんてしてるの？二人とも。
Hey. Why would she show up now of all times? Saber and I quickly let go of each other's hands.
なんか怪しいわね。まさか私に内緒で作戦会議をしてたとか？
Maybe.
いえ、そういうわけではないのです。そのマスターの体が健康かどうか脈を測っていただけですので。
Damn, she really is shy about just holding hands. I'm dumbfounded. Saber just told a bald-faced lie. But why would Saber panic about this too?
へえ、変わった脈の取り方をするのね。
Tasaka regards Saber curiously. In response, Saber starts acting even more suspiciously, probably because she's not used to lying. I need to help her, or this will get even more awkward. Hey, what do you want, Tasaka? Didn't you say you were getting something from your room?
あ、それそれ。はいセーバー、これ。
ありがとう。リンには迷惑をかける。
Tasaka hands Saber a bag. Saber looks surprisingly happy to take the bag.
それが最後だから気をつけなさいよね。いくら強制召喚だからって力ずくで武装したら服なんて消し飛ぶんだから。
申し訳ありません。突然のことだったので、そこまで考えが回らなかったのです。それでも、
まあね、単純なデザインだし制服みたいなものだし、綺麗なやつ、地味な服ばっかり私に押し付けるんだもの。まあ私には似合わない服だからいいけどさ。なんだってその服にこだわるのよ、セイバー。
Where did I get pinged by now? Sly?
ええ、白が似合うと言いましたから。
Aw, shucks. I'm not following all of this, but it seems like Saber's third set of clothes. I don't have any women's clothing around the house, so Saber's been borrowing clothes from Tasaka. But yeah, I'd really appreciate it if they had their girl talk when I'm not around. I am a guy. It had been such a nice conversation until now too, but I don't really know what to do with myself when they get to talking about stuff like this. It's just clothing, man. Don't need to read too much into it. So not much happened afterward. Both Tasaka and Saber forced me to go sleep in my room. I may have regained consciousness, but I'm still severely injured. Ryder sliced my arms up so bad that under normal circumstances, I'd have to worry about whether I'd be able to use them again. Plus, if I fell 3 stories, so I'm all broken and bruised. There's plenty I should be thinking about, but the two have agreed that the best thing for me right now is sleep so I can heal. But I let Shinji get away. I'll need to settle things with him as quickly as possible. He doesn't hesitate to activate the bounded field. Even I know how dangerous it would be to let a master like that roam free. Damn, this isn't the time for me to be sleeping. Things go blank, like a dizzy spell sweeping over me. The only thing that feels normal is my head. As soon as I lay down, my half-healed body just forces me off to sleep. Tomorrow, when tomorrow comes, I don't have time to rest like this. Even if my body isn't fully healed, I need to find Shinji. February 9th. Skyscraper. I'm having a bad dream. My body, injured as it is, demands long, deep sleep. But my mind is still stuck replaying all that happened today and won't let me rest peacefully. My body, still not fully healed, is burning. My mind is plagued with guilt. I think I'm crying out in my sleep. As I sleep, my dream drags on. How many victims were there? Tasaka said there were no deaths, but that might just be the official story. No way does someone come out unscathed after their life force being ripped from them. They could suffer any number of long-term physical problems in years to come, or even brain damage from lack of oxygen. Some students even had severe skin damage. Even if they heal, they'll likely have scars for the rest of their lives. My body hurts. I nearly died today. No, I did die today. A convulsion rocks my whole body. Bad luck for everyone who got sucked into this today, but you did well, Shiro. You stopped a catastrophe, and you did it by taking a wound that would normally kill you. There's nothing to feel guilty about. The pain tries to tell me just to go to sleep. No. I can't make excuses for myself. It doesn't matter. There was a disaster, and I just happened to be there, but I couldn't do anything. They're saying I saved lives, but I didn't save anyone, not one person. If only this had just been a mistake. If only it hadn't happened, then my mind would be at peace and I could sleep. I'm pissed off. It's absurd, my heart complaining like this when my body's already so weak. There won't be a miracle like that. Just wishing for a do-over because things didn't go well or were so terrible they should never have happened is pathetic. You can't take back what's already done. It's not possible and shouldn't be attempted anyway. So I can't just pretend all that didn't happen. There's only one thing I can do. Make sure I do everything possible I can to prevent anything like that from ever happening again. I'm going to get my English words correct today. That's enough sleep. I can worry about my body later. If I can move, I should wake up and hit the ground running. If my goal is to make sure no one is hurt, I need to push myself on the verge of death. I open my eyes. I take one deep breath, filling my lungs with air. The frigid winter air dispels my drowsiness almost instantly. I realize it's just past 6 in the morning. Habits really are extraordinary things. My body must have at least partly recovered since I'm waking up at my usual time. Okay. I stand up and fold my futon blanket. The instant I undertake even such a mundane task, intense pain spikes through my left shoulder. Yeah, I guess I'm not completely healed. It's only pain, though. This is far better than what I felt when Berserker tore out my stomach the other day. When that happened, my insides felt like they were slush, and the nausea was far more intense than the pain. I head out into the hallway. The sunlight is muted by the gloom outside. It's cloudy. Looks like it's going to rain. Yeah, I just woke up. You're up early. You're usually asleep around now. Yeah, Saber's not typically up so long before breakfast.
私が朝食まで眠っているのは単に魔力を温存するためだと言ったはずです。そのいかにも普段から寝過ごしているという物言いはやめてほしい。
Why? I didn't mean for it to sound like that. I was more asking if it was okay for you to be awake so early.
ほう、そうですか。私が早起きするのはおかしいと。
Saber sounds crabby. Maybe it's just my imagination. Saber doesn't seem quite as reserved as usual. No, I didn't say it was strange. I was just wondering if it was okay. It's my fault that you need to sleep so much, so don't you need to sleep as much as possible today too?
当然です。ですが、それはあくまで待機状態に過ぎません。私が眠っていたのは緊急時に備えてのもの。今の状態で眠るのは道理にかなわないではないですか。
What do you mean it's not logical? We're not fighting anybody right now and nobody's attacking us.
いえ、ですからそれは。
Saber's stumbling over her words, and it seems like there's something she doesn't want to say. Well, whatever. There's no emergency, so you should sleep until next time we go out. I'll call you up when breakfast's ready, so just save your strength until then. I'm going to need your help all day today. I head to the
待っ
kitchen.
てください、シロ。
Huh? What, do you have something else?
あなたは今何をすると言いましたか。
I hold my breath, barely realizing I'm doing it. She asked me something, but her eyes are preventing me from giving an answer.
そもそもあなたは安静にしなければいけない体でしょう。朝食の支度など凛がします。シロが優先すべきことは部屋で休み体を癒すことです。それが分かっていないとは言わせません。
Saber. Saber's being so stern because she's genuinely concerned about me.
部屋に戻ってください、シロ。眠りが必要なのは私ではなくあなたの方です。
Saber sees right through me and glares at me all the more intensely. But still, I can't let Shinji let loose. No, I'm not going back to my room. I've rested enough. And there are things I need to do. Once we're ready, let's head out to town, Saber. We're going to catch Shinji today.
なぜですか。今日中にライダーのマスターを捕らえる理由などありません。戦うのならシロの傷が癒えてからにするべきです。それからでも遅くはないでしょう。
You got it wrong, Saber. If we're settling priorities, my body is at the bottom of the list. We don't have the luxury of waiting. You know exactly what Shinji's willing to do. We need to separate him from Ryder before they make another bounded field. He won't be a threat if he doesn't have a servant.
昨日のような犠牲者を出したくないというのですか。ライダーのマスターを倒すのではなく、ただそれだけのために戦うと。
That's not true. I'm going to hold Shinji accountable. To do that, we need to defeat Ryder. And it's the right thing to do, to prevent more victims. That's the most important reason we have to fight.
そうですか。マスターがそう言うのなら、私は従うだけです。
I'm surprised you didn't knock him out on the spot, honestly, but it's fine.
シンジを探す？別に文句はないけど、ちゃんと勝ち目があって言ってるんでしょうね、シロ。
It's after breakfast. That's Chisaka's immediate response when I say we can't just let Shinji remain on the run. You're asking about my chances of beating Shinji?
そうよ。前もって言っとくけど、賞賛もないくせに他のマスターに手を出す気だった。なんて言ったら笑うわよ。
You could help. Crap. Now that you mention it, I've really only thought about stopping Shinji. I haven't given much thought on the details, or any.
ちょっと、エミヤ君、本気？
Sorry, laugh all you want.
うわ、悪いけど笑えないわ、今の冗談。
That reaction makes it clear how stupid I'm being. I want to curl up into a little ball and hide.
セイバー、あんたのマスターはこんなんだけど、あなた自身はどうなの？ライダーと戦うことに異論はないわけ？
You know she doesn't.
ライダーと戦うだけならば問題はありません。彼女の能力は確認済みです。それはシロー本人も分かっていると思います。何しろライダーと直接対峙したのですから。
ああ、そうだっけ。ならシローにもライダーがどの程度かは分かっているんだ。
What do you think he came back injured, Rin? What the fuck? Tasaka looks my way, her eyes curious. She obviously wants to know about how strong Ryder is. True, I do have something of an assessment. Maybe it's because I've formed a contract with a servant, or maybe it's the power of the command spells. She may not be my servant, but I have some understanding of her abilities since I've seen her fight. Ryder wasn't an especially strong servant. Ryder isn't as strong as Saber. If they fight one-on-one, I don't see Saber losing.
そうなんだ。ならちゃんと勝算はあるんじゃない。シンジは魔術師じゃないからライダーはマスターからの支援を受けられない。必然的にセイバーとライダーの一騎打ちになるものね。
Tasaka's right. As long as Shinji's a master, Ryder has to fight on her own. Saber shouldn't be at a disadvantage, but...
何よ気の乗らない顔して。何か問題でもあるっていうの？
Yeah, listen, Tasaka. Even though Saber had Ryder cornered, and Saber is way superior in combat, Ryder managed to escape with Shinji. I think that was Ryder's noble phantasm. The arrow of light that tore through the hallway. If Saber hadn't shoved me to the ground, that wave of destruction would have completely annihilated me. If that was Ryder's ace in the hole, we shouldn't take her lightly, even if she is weaker.
つまりライダーはライダー本人より所有する宝具の方が優れてるタイプってわけね。で、セイバー、シローはともかくあなたならライダーの宝具が何であるか分かったんじゃない？目の前で使われたんだから見当ぐらいはついてるんでしょ？
面目ありません。シローを守ることに精一杯で、私もあれが何であるか確認することはできなかった。
It was also way too fast.
そんなことに気を割いていたら、私もシローもあの一撃に巻き込まれていたでしょう。
巻き込まれたって何？ライダーの宝具って飛び道具なの？
それに近いものでした。分類的にはリンの使う魔術に近い。あれは私の剣やランサーの槍のような対人宝具ではないのでしょう。
私の魔術に近いってそれこそ変よ。セイバーの対魔術は神業じゃない。現代の魔術じゃまずあなたに傷を負わせることはできない。そのあなたがかわさなくちゃいけない魔術なんて、それは。
はい。神秘はより強い神秘の前に無効化される。私の鎧を通ることができる神秘はあなたたちの言う魔法か深域に住む幻想種だけです。
魔法使い。ライダーは魔術師だっていうの？セイバー。
いいえ、それほどの魔力は感じませんでした。彼女はライダーです。魔法使いがいるとすればそれはキャスターだけでしょう。ライダーの宝具はおそらく別のものだと思います。
Saber's answer gets a sigh of relief from Tasaka. I don't quite get what's going on, though. Saber, is your armor that strong? You say only true magic can penetrate it. So does that mean Lancer's gay bulg is true magic?
ええ、確かにランサーのゲイボルクは魔法に近い呪いですが、リン、シローに説明してあげてくれますか？
私？もういいけど。要するにシローはセイバーは魔法じゃないと傷つかないと勘違いしているわけね。
Well, that's not what I'm saying. But I just thought it was amazing that her armor's that strong.
そりゃすごいわよ。セイバーに限らずサーバントってのはみんな英霊なのよ。霊体ってこともあるけど、まっとうな手段じゃ傷一つつけられない。サーバントは
物理的な手段でサーバントを傷つけられるのは同じ英霊であるサーバントだけ。逆に言えばサーバント同士ならただのペーパーナイフでもセイバーを傷つけることができる。
So what you're saying is that Saber's armor isn't invulnerable when she's dealing with another servant.
そうね。けどセイバー自身接近戦の技量が優れているから白兵戦ではまずセイバーに傷は負わせられない。
We already know that is incorrect.
残った手段は遠距離からの攻撃、魔術っていう飛び道具になるわけだけど、セイバーは騎士のくせにとんでもない耐魔力を持ってるから大抵の魔術は弾かれてしまうのよ。バッドラックに代表される呪いなんてまず届かないし、魔力を矢として放つ直接干渉も効かない。セイバーを倒したかったら真正面からの切り合いで彼女を任さなくちゃダメってわけ。
Saber listens silently to Tasaka's explanation. Saber never interrupts her, probably because everything Tasaka is saying is true. What the hell? That's like cheating. Someone would try to go up against Saber with Magecraft because they can't beat her in single combat? But if Magecraft itself is useless against her, what can they do? That sounds unfair.
そうね。けどそのセイバーだって白兵戦で絶対に負けないというわけでもないでしょ。バーサーカーは力だけならセイバーを上回ってるし、ランサーだって白兵戦において必殺の槍を持ってる。今話してるライダーだってセイバーを出し抜くほどの宝具を持ってたんだから、セイバーも完璧ってわけじゃないわ。私たちだってセイバーを倒す方法はあるもの。単にセイバーの耐魔力を上回る魔術を持ってくるか、サーバントが使っている武器を借りて寝ている間に首を切るとか。サーバントの武器ならサーバント自身と同じ霊格なんだから傷をつけることは可能なはずよ。
It's an alarming example, but I get it. Wait, but hold on, Tasaka. You probably shouldn't be talking about things like this in front of Saber. I see. So it's not that Ryder's noble phantasm is exceptional. Saber just went the defensive because it was a servant that was attacking.
わけないでしょ。セイバーが守りに徹するのならライダー自身じゃ何をしたって追い詰めることなんて不可能よ。ライダー本人がそう優れた英霊じゃないのなら彼女が宝具を使ったところでたかが知れているし。そうでしょセイバー。ライダーの宝具はライダー自身の能力とは関係のない武器なのよね。おそらくライダーの技や魔力に頼らない自動的な武装、宝具そのものに効果があるものだと思います。魔術か幻想種か、どちらにせよあの魔法陣から放たれたものは圧倒的でした。直撃を受けた場合生き延びられるサーバントなどいないでしょう。そうなの？数値的にどれくらい？あなたたち風に言うのなら A プラスといったところでしょうか。
Welcome home,
私
Slush.
個人の推測に過ぎないので断定はできませんが。 A プラス？何それ、魔法一歩手前じゃない。そんなの使われてよく学校が吹っ飛ばなかったってもんだわ。単純に破壊するだけの宝具というわけではないのでしょう。もともとは他の用途がある宝具なのではないでしょうか。そうだとしても厄介ね。セイバーの話じゃ A 判定どころじゃないし、瞬間的な攻撃力ならサーバント中最高ってことになるのかしら。まあ確かに攻守ともに優れた宝具のようでしたが、それより私の方が。
Saber's face is indecipherable. Huh? I don't know what just happened. Saber doesn't look amused. Saber, did Tasaka say something that worries you?
あ、いえ、別にそういうわけではないというか、本当はどちらが強いかなど 追求するのは騎士にあるまじき行いというか。
She's acting strange. Saber seems embarrassed of her own actions and starts to mutter under her breath. Well, whatever. By the way, I thought I heard you say something weird. Something about Saber and Lancer being anti-personnel or something.
対人宝具ですか。いえ、言葉通りの意味ですが、私の風王結界やランサーのゲイボルクはあくまで人を倒すための武装です。いかに強力な魔力、呪いを帯びていたところで、その用途は対人の域を出るものではありません。
Well, I guess that makes sense. Saber's invisible sword is definitely useful in battle. But that's only effective against people. If you chop firewood with Saber's sword, whether you see the blade or not isn't going to affect how quickly you can chop wood. It's the same with Lancer's gay bulg. Even a cursed spear like that always strikes the heart. Is just a sharp spear if you use it as a use it against a boulder or a house. I see. So that's why it's called an anti-personnel noble phantasm. Which means Ryder's noble phantasm is...
大軍宝具ってことになるわね。そういえば父さんに聞いたことがあったわ。宝具には対人に優れたもの、対軍に優れたものがあるって。簡単に言って対人宝具は弾数制限のない拳銃で、対軍宝具ってのは一発限りのミサイルってことね。ライダーの宝具は強力だけど、その分使用にかなりの制限があるんじゃないかしら。少なくともセイバーの剣みたいにいつも見えないなんて永続的な宝具じゃない。
What? Hold on a minute. A gun versus a missile? There's no contest. Sure, Sable's invisible sword is awesome, but if she goes up against a ridiculous noble phantasm like that, she'll be dead before she can even swing her sword. So you're saying that if we're going to fight Ryder, we need to defeat her before she deploys her noble phantasm.
でしょうね。宝具の打ち合いになったら勝ち目はない。ライダーとシンジを探すって言うなら、それだけは頭に入れておきなさい。大前提としてライダーが宝具を使う前に倒すこと。戦いを長引かせれば長引かせるだけこっちが不利になるから。
もしくは私が戦っている間にライダーのマスターを倒せばいい。あのマスターに戦闘手段はないのだから、そちらの方が確実かもしれません。
He's not able to fight well. So that's what we've come up with. Since we have no strategy to deal with Ryder's noble phantasm, we just need to defeat Ryder before she uses it. Whatever noble phantasms other servants have, we still don't want to have to deal with Ryder's. Thanks for the warning, Tasaka. We're going to find Shinji. But what do you want to do, Tasaka? Will you stay and watch the house?
そうね。あなたたちがそう言うなら、私たちもシンジを探してもいいんだけど。まあ、やめとくわ。
She's just being lazy at this point.
敵はライダーだけじゃないし、私たちはもともとバーサーカーを倒すために手を組んだんだしね。シローがシンジを追っている間、私は私でやることがあるから。
Tasaka stands up with a frosty smile.
それじゃあね、いい結果を期待しているわ。
Saber and I head out together, leaving Tasaka at home. It's 7:30 in the morning. The hilly road is extremely quiet. The road is usually packed with students going to school, but there aren't many students around today.
学校は休校だそうですね。死者が出なかったとはいえ、大半の生徒は未だ立ち上がれる体ではないということですか。
Their symptoms are like severe malnutrition, so it should be a few days before they're up and around. But those are the lucky ones. There are still some whose injuries will last a lifetime.
タイガも病院に運ばれたと聞きます。見舞いに行かずともいいのですか、シロ。
Not yet. Yeah, I hear Fujine is just fatigued. I was told not to worry about her and to just study at home. Before we left, I phoned Fujimura's house to ask how Fujine was doing. I want to go visit, but I need to hold off for now.
では探索に専念するのですね。それはいいのですが、シロに当てはあるのですか？私はサーバントの気配を読み取れますが、それも近づかなければわかりません。何か手がかりがなければ、探し出すのは難しいのではないでしょうか。
Yeah, it'll be hard if Shinji were just sitting around doing nothing. But I know him, and I don't see him just keeping quiet after what happened yesterday. Shinji's not the type to just sit back and take a beating.
では、ライダーのマスターは再び結界を張ろうとすると。
No doubt about it. He's like me. He can't provide a servant with magical energy. If Shinji wants to get revenge on me, he'll need a lot of magical energy. Which means it might not be so hard to find him.
ライダーのマスターを探すのではなく、結界を探すのですね。
Yeah. We may not be able to detect the master, but we should be able to detect a bounded field of that scale. And we'll be able to pinpoint the site too. We just need to find a big building that draws in a large crowd.
驚いた。やりますね、シロ。
I do have a brain, you know. If I wasn't confident about finding them, I wouldn't be saying this. Yeah, I'm confident. The bounded field is one thing, but there's a point to us walking around this too. Shinji probably can't leave me alone any more than I can leave him alone. Bait. I head to Shinji's house just in case. I have Saber check for Ryder's presence. She finds nothing. Well, Shinji's not the sort to just roll over and hide in his house after what's happened. Let's go. If Shinji's going to create a bounded field, it wouldn't be here. It'll be Shinto. Let's check all over the office buildings there. I call Saber over and turn to leave the Mattel house.
いいのですか、シロ。ここはさくらの家なのでしょう。立
Yes.
ち寄ったのですから、声をかけては。それぐらいは余裕があると思いますが。
Now is not the time! I am worried about Sakura. According to Saka, Sakura was just weakened and luckily wasn't injured beyond that. If it were up to me, I'd like to see her and take care of her the way she's always taken care of me. But I won't do it. As long as the war is going, I shouldn't see her. I don't want to get her involved in any of this. Besides, I can't possibly face Sakura when I'm about to head out to fight her brother. Should the worst happen, I'll actually kill Shinji. I'll never be able to face her again. I shouldn't leave any loose ends like that. It's best for me, and I'm sure it's best for Sakura too. We check every building we find. Of course, we start with the big ones, but so far, nothing. I wipe the sweat from my brow and force my leaden limbs to keep moving. I try to calm my labored breathing by just taking a moment to rest.
シロ、何か異常でもあり。シロ、こちらへ。
Hold it. This is the park. There's still buildings we haven't looked.
それは後にしてください。今はこちらが最優先です。
Something must have caught her attention. Saber's tone is stern and she pulls me towards the park. But why the park? Hey, Saber, what's going on? Why are we here? There's nothing here. Even you know that.
いいですから、そこのベンチに座ってください。話はその後で聞きます。
Saber's intense about this, so I reluctantly sit down. And then, for a moment, I almost feel faint. Huh? I hold my head with one hand. My forehead is damp with sweat. My breathing is labored even though I'm sitting down. Hey, wait a minute. Why would I be sweating like this in the dead of winter? This is weird. I don't know why I'm so exhausted. As soon as I say that, I realize what's going on. I'm not exhausted. My wounds haven't completely healed, so they're tingling. Ugh. This is unreal. No matter how much I try, I can't get my breathing under control. My body feels heavy and my legs refuse to take my weight.
ようやく自分の体に気がついたようですね、シロ。
Saber is mad. I don't blame her. I was the one who suggested searching for Shinji, but Here I am, sitting on a bench. Sorry, I'll get up soon. Just give me a moment.
私が注意しているのはそんなことではありません。どうやらあなたには何を言っても無駄のようですね。
Huh? I can see that Saber's mad. What I don't understand is why. Hey, Saber, you need to be clearer with me or else I won't know what you're trying to get at.
わからないのなら語る必要はないでしょう。
And here we go with the mixed signals.
いいですから、シロはそこで休んでいてください。一人で休むのが嫌なら、私もお付き合いしますから。
Saber sits right next to me. Eh? The bench is not that big. Saber is sitting close enough to me that our shoulders might touch if one of us leans over even a little. Hey, wait, Saber. We don't have time to rest. We didn't come here to play around.
遊びになど来ていません。休憩も戦いのうちです。文句を言うのでしたら、まずその呼吸を整えてからにしてください。
Well, you did tell me to catch my breath, but sure, I'm totally worn out and I can barely breathe, but having her so close makes my heart go absolutely crazy. And
シロ、人の話を聞いていますか？今まで体に無理をさせてきたのですから、まずは肩の力を抜いて落ち着いてください。気が散っていては体が休まらないのですから。
yeah, but if she wants me to be calm, it'd really help if she kept her distance. I don't know how Saber feels, but I can't help but see her as a girl around my own age. Well, she may actually be younger, but she's still a girl. And plus, she's beyond beautiful. No guy could calm down and this close to her. I'm certainly no exception.
シロ、気のせいでしょうか。先ほどより顔色が悪くなってきた気がするのですが。
No, I'm not flustered or anything.
それならいいのですが、やはり横になった方がいいのでしょうか。この辺りで休めるところと言ったら。
Saber looks around. What are the odds of there being some random dude lying across nearby bench using his girlfriend's lap as a pillow? In a park that's usually deserted. And Saber glances at the pair of lovebirds. She's obviously thinking.
シロ、気分が悪いのでしたら横に。
I'm fine. I just need to sit here for a minute. I'll get better. Don't you worry about me. Nope, no worrying about me. Just leave me alone. I turn away from Saber and close my eyes. Anything to keep our eyes from locking. Think calming thoughts, Shiro. Now I just have to keep taking deep breaths and try not to think about Saber being right next to me. It took a night for the fire to die down. The searing, roaring red wall eventually disappeared. All that remained was a charred field strewn with smoldering blackened lumber. I remember that, while I lay there on the ground, the sound of it reminded me of sparklers. The sky was getting cloudy. It should rain soon, and that will help put out the fires. I could hardly even breathe as I lay there, staring dazedly at the sky. Charred remains hemmed on me on all sides. Burns cover almost my entire body, and there's an especially painful sensation around my chest. My chest is gouged out. I could probably touch my own insides. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that. I didn't collapse because I got tired. It's not that my numb body was trying to do me a favor by letting me rest. I collapsed because I was too hurt to keep moving at all. That's why I ended up just accepting it calmly, no panic. I knew I wasn't going to make it. Everyone else was already dead anyway, so I wasn't scared. Staring up at the cloudy sky, I felt myself just sort of fading away. Yet, in the haze of fading consciousness, I decided that as long as I was alive, I'd try calling for help, right till the end. Huh? Wait, something's off. I shouldn't be remembering this pain in my chest. I jerked myself upright and tugged my shirt open to check myself over. Yeah, I figured as much. There's no wound. There's no scar on my chest. The respiratory distress that burns caused did almost kill me, but I didn't take some massive chest wound. If something like that had happened, even Kuritsugu wouldn't have been able to help me. But more importantly... Whoa, it's already night? Did I fall asleep, Saber?
はい。よく眠っているようでしたので起こしませんでしたが、その会話あったようですね。先ほどに比べて、シローの顔色は良くなっていますから。
That's not very nice. Sure, it might have been my fault for passing out, but you could have woken me up. I told you we don't have time to rest.
休息は必要な行為です。それにシローが眠っていたのは1時間程度ですから、そう問題はないでしょう。
That's just the benefit of hindsight. What would you have done if I hadn't woken up?
そうですね。あまり変わりはないでしょう。日が落ちて寒くなってきましたから、そろそろ声をかけようと思っていたところです。
I do admit, I feel a lot better. I get up from the bench and start walking through the field. There's no trace of what this field once looked like. No trace of what it used to... of when it used to be a residential district, nor any trace of when it was cast in a hellish red light. But for some reason, I'm irritated that I dreamed that scene just because I slept here.
シロー、何か問題でもあるのですか?
No, I was just thinking that I was going to rest. It should have been somewhere else. Too many bad memories here.
嫌な思い出。シローはこの場所に縁があったのですか?
Oh right, I never told you. I used to live around here a long time ago. 10 years ago, actually. There was a giant fire. It burned down my house and my parents inside. That's when my old man saved me. Later, he adopted me.
では、あなたは?
Yeah. I'm not Kuritsugu's biological child. And I guess I'm not without ties to the Holy Grail War either. I heard that this place was the final battleground during the last war. It's kind of ironic to think that the survivor of this site turned into a master. I walked through the field. It's been 10 years, but it still seems like the ground hasn't recovered enough for even grass to grow. Maybe all the resentment of the people who died here seeped into the land itself.
シロー、あなたが犠牲者を出すまいとするのは、それが理由ですか?
That would be the reason.
あなた自身が聖杯戦争の犠牲者だからこそ、自分のような犠牲者は出したくないと。
That would also be the reason. Well... Now that you mention it, I guess I can see people coming into that conclusion. Surprisingly, I never thought about it like that. I'm not sure. You have a good point, but I think it's something simpler than that. 10 years ago, I was so happy when Kuritsugu saved me. I didn't feel anything else at the time. And I think I just aspired to be like him one day, too. Yeah, I was just happy. Words can't even begin to describe what I felt when I called out for him. Or called out for help and actually got it. But at the same time, the happier I was, the more guilty I felt. It didn't feel right, though, knowing that my wish was the only one to be granted. My old man saved me, but no one else was saved, and they couldn't do anything about it. Everyone wished for salvation, but only my wish was granted. Only I was saved, and in exchange, everyone else died. And that's why I have to take responsibility. But I can't take back something that's already happened. If I want to do something for the people who died, I should focus on preventing what's to come. I will not allow another catastrophe like the one 10 years ago. If something like that ever happened again, I'd never be able to face the people who got sacrificed that time. At least that's how I see it. More importantly, we need to get back to looking for Shinji. I feel better now, and we need to hurry up and check the buildings we haven't gotten to yet. Besides, there should be fewer people around at night. If Shinji wants to attack us, this will be the time. So if our plan is to be bait to lure him out, it's time to get to it. Let's go, Saber. Let's get back to the office district. Saber, what's wrong? Did you forget something?
いいえ。ただ、今朝のことを思い出していました。体の傷を治してからライダーのマスターを探すべきだと言った私に、 シローは順番が違うと言いました。
Uh-huh.
シローは昨日も同じ言葉を口にした。以前から感じてはいましたが、その時に確信したのです。あなたには自分を助けようとする気がないのだと。
No. It's like she just stares at me and lays it out. Like it's a sin or something.
あなたは自身より他人を優先している。それは立派ですが、それではあなたはいつかきっと後悔する。
She's told me this already too.
シローはもっと自分を大切にするべきだ。
So, again, like philosophically, I understand what they're trying to get at, right? But there's a level, right? So, allow me to explain a little bit of my background, but I grew up in a military/police force family. And for anybody who knows what that's like, you already know what I'm about to say, but the whole point of joining like the military or the police force is to protect either the country, or if you're a good officer, you're supposed to protect the citizenry at the risk of your own life. That's just something that has to be done. Not saying that it should be done, but like I'm saying it's a necessary thing. Because there are people out there that just do not give a shit and they're going to cause mayhem or havoc or whatever else may be. So, obviously you need a fighting force to combat those people. So, while I understand where Saber's coming from and like, oh, well, you should value your life more, at the same time, Shiro's not necessarily wrong here. Just because she doesn't value like his efforts on that front doesn't make him, you know, more or less capable of doing what he wants to do. And it's not that he doesn't value his life, he does, but it's that drive to help others that's actually a positive thing. Despite the repercussions. Because if everybody's looking out for themselves, then nobody gets helped. On the philosophical side. Saber cuts past me.
行きましょう。確かにここにいてはあなたに負担をかける。
Saber heads towards the office district. I try to call out to her, but I can't stop her. What? Are you saying that's what I want to ask her, but the words just won't come out? There's no way I'm not trying to help myself. That can't be true. But I somehow can't think of a single thing to say to argue with her. We make our way through the town after dark. It's a little past 8. The station is the most crowded, is at its most crowded hour, and Saber and I stare at the map of the town.
主だった建物は回りましたね。他に行くべき場所はありますか？
I can think of a few. Let's see. There's a factory a little further out from here. We should probably go check it out since people gather there. Not that factories are exactly Shinji style. We do make conversation now, but it's hard for me to look at Saber in the eye. I think our conversation from earlier is still stuck in my head. Saber's acting like it didn't happen, which bothers me even more. What about you, Saber? Can you sense Ryder's presence?
いえ、感じません。彼女とは一度戦っていますから、近くにいれば知覚できるのですが。
An odd feeling prickles my skin. Even I can feel the wave of magical energy that washes over us. There's no way that Saber can't.
シロ、言うまでもないと思うのですが。
I know. Are they close, Saber?
いいえ、まだそこまでの距離ではないようです。ですが、確実に見られている。この魔力は私たちに対する挑発でしょう。
If we're being watched, that means they've fallen into our trap. Releasing so much magical energy is an obvious attempt to lure us out. So, is this Ryder? Our mind changes gears. The awkwardness between Saber and me earlier disappears.
魔力をたどります。注意してください、マスター。
I nod. The wave of bloodlust I feel stinging at my skin is coming from the direction of the office district as it slowly empties of its people. Today of all days, maybe there will be nobody working overtime. Most of the lights in the windows of the buildings seen has a heart of Shinto after dark. Or Shinto are dark. There aren't many people on the sidewalks, and we have a pretty clear view of the building. I don't see anyone suspicious. If Shinji's anywhere, he'll be up ahead. Maybe in the park we just left. I feel the bloodlust growing more intense. The enemy's nearby. Or more like a chill runs up my spine. If even I can feel this aura of bloodlust, then there's probably already in enemy territory. Saber, be careful. Something's not right.
ええ、シロの感覚は正しい。このように人目のある場所で仕掛けてくるとは思いませんが、相手が相手です。用心に越したことはありません。
We both nod in silent agreement and make our way toward the park. It's probably best to ignore the oppressive sense of a knife being pressed to my throat. Shinji and Ryder are nowhere around the office district. If they're going to attack, it's probably going to be somewhere in the park, where there won't be anyone else around.
シロ、
Saber? I run towards Saber. She rushes towards me like a bolt of lightning. And blocks a blow aimed straight at my head. I look up. A massive building towers overhead. Clinging onto the side of that building like some kind of spider is Ryder. What? Her hair is long enough to cover her entire body, her limbs supple and white. The masked woman is indeed our enemy, Ryder. She licks her lips as she stares down at me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. There's no mistaking it. She came spiraling down from the top of the building, aiming to take my head in a sneak attack from our blind spot. Saber lands on the ground. And the time it took her to rush in and block Ryder's attack, Saber summoned her armor. Saber, she's...
追います。シロはここにいてください。
Hey, go after her. How? Saber kicks off from the ground. She disappears in the sky with a glint of silvery armor. What? Ryder clings to the side of the building like that is an... Wait. Ryder clinging to the side of the building like that is absurd enough. Okay, good. But Saber leaping skyward in pursuit of her is just outright ridiculous. Yes, okay. No, they're servants. Normal logic doesn't apply here. Like Ryder, Saber moves along the side of the building, striking at her with dizzying speed. Two shadows clash and cross across each other. The sight of the two of them fighting overhead, darting along the building as they climb into the air, is like watching two fighter jets. All the while I need to follow Saber. I can't just watch and do nothing. The uneven footing prevents Saber from gaining ground on Ryder. The two clash in the air, rushing up to the rooftop. Oh, the rooftop. If Ryder came down from the top of the building, chances are Shinji's there. We have two possible ways to win our fight against Ryder. Either we defeat her directly, or we defeat her master. But whichever it is, it has to be before she deploys her noble phantasm. While Saber's fighting Ryder, there's only one thing I should be doing. Interlude 10-1. All right, I was gonna pause here for the night, but let's ride this out. The two shadows climb upwards. They continue to distance themselves from the ground, gaining more and more altitude. Neither needs proper footing. They just kick their way up along the wall. As it happens, they clash countless times, all before they ever reach the top. Were anyone watching from the ground, they'd possibly think they were seeing a game of pinball. Though I doubt they'd be able to follow the two with the naked eye. It's like a deadly circus act. The collisions are barely discernible, invisible to normal human beings. Saber had no desire to be a part of this crazy circus act. She may be a servant, but she can't fly through the sky. She might be able to run up along the building's wall, but that's it. This is no better than a free-for-all for her. Or free-fall for her. She alternates between kicking off the building before she loses momentum and slowing to let gravity take hold of her. It may be no exaggeration to say she's falling into the sky. Now that she's started, she'll continue all the way up to the rooftop. And that entire journey, if her opponent hits her, she'll be hurled into the ground. But it seems the laws of gravity do not apply to the enemy. To the opponent, Saber has to defeat. The streak of purple shoots across the side of the building in pursuit of Saber, while Saber focuses on reaching the roof. Gravity has no hold on Ryder. She leaps around effortlessly, moving in and from all directions, up, down, left, right, to strike at Saber. Her long hair trails out behind her like a comet tail, and she looks like a snake wrapping itself around a log. Saber's feet touch the wall. She leans sideways and kicks the wall, aiming for the edge of the building. Saber suddenly shoots out at the right angle of her previous to her previous trajectory. Not one of the attacks finds its mark. Ryder's simply no match for Saber's raw power. Saber shakes Ryder off with a single kick, then kicks upward once again while she reaches the building's side. She aims herself upwards. If Ryder is like a serpent coiling around the building, Saber is like a bursting spark. But it looks like Ryder might have predicted her moves. The distance between them remains the same. Ryder continues along the side of the building, not letting Saber open up any distance between them. She strikes every time Saber has to take a step. Saber fends Ryder off with her blade and jumps to put some space between them. Though she's able to fend off Ryder's coiling pursuit, there's only so much she can do in the air. Where before there had been no contest in her combat ability, they are now more evenly matched. Neither has an attack that can bring this to a close. No, Ryder is withholding her own deadliest attack. Every time Saber leaps at Ryder, Ryder fends off her attack, but never counterattacks. Ryder's only keeping Saber at bay as she makes her way to the rooftop. Saber curses at her cowardly enemy. To a knight like Saber, a fight like this is as good as an insult. Such a thing should involve both opponents giving their all in the clash. By that belief, Ryder's actions are disrespectful. Ryder's voice is cool. She's right. Saber is clearly not used to fighting in the air. This is probably a first for her, actually. Knights are meant to fight on solid ground. They're not supposed to cling to walls like her opponent. Ryder moves upward, her manner inviting. She set this whole thing up. Saber understands that, though. At the end of this circus, yes, Ryder's ideal positioning must have been waiting up above. Ryder can't use her trump cards so readily, which is why she's luring her prey to a place where there will be no interruptions so they can settle this with their ultimate attack. As soon as she reaches the roof, she'll be in the difficult position. If Ryder's Noble Phantasm is exactly what Saber thinks it is, she won't have any defense against it. But there's no turning back now. We can't just ignore Ryder or her master. This isn't about defeating an enemy in the Holy Grail War. Saber must defeat Ryder here and now to protect her master. Because she has no other choice. This whole situation must be absolutely dumbfounding for her. She's probably thought more than once about not wanting to push her master to do anything crazy. The two continue gaining altitude. Their rapid clashes ring out across the building as the battle approaches its final destination. Interlude out. Damn. Why does it only go up to the 40th floor? I rush up the stairs while I complain. I manage to enter the building from the back, but the elevator doesn't go all the way to the roof. I have to run up the remaining 10 flights of stairs. I climb the stairs as fast as I can. I'm not sure how long it's been since Saber and I split up. Probably less than 10 minutes, but that's too long. You never know how or when a battle will end. Even Saber's not perfect. She could make a mistake and get in trouble. So before that happens, if I can make Shinji use up his command spells, Ryder might stop fighting. The harder I run, the more my still healing body aches. Sprinting around the building, then up the stairs has left me out of breath. But I don't slow down. No, I speed up. Something about this has me worried. I'm not sure why, but my chest hurts. It's not a physical pain. Something is warning me of danger ahead. Saber can't win. There's something on this rooftop that shouldn't be faced. I try to shake the feeling off and focus on climbing the stairs. The wind is strong. The moment I open the door, the city's nightscape fills my field of vision. Scorch marks pocket the concrete. And at its center, at the heart of the burned, scarred rooftop, Saber is on her knees. Saber!
シロ、どうしてここに?
Saber's shoulders heave with her labored breathing. The moment I rush her, I notice something strange floating up above me. Or rather, the sheer overwhelming amount of magical energy forces me to take notice. What? I look towards the sky. Flapping wings. I hear flapping wings. Something a paler, more blinding white than the light of the moon hovers over me. It is a legendary mystic I've only heard about in myth. The moment she reaches the rooftop, Saber confronts her opponent's true form. Saber leans on her sword, exhausted, and looks up. The white light rushes toward her. Saber unleashes the wind that shrouds her sword and uses it to create an invisible barrier. She goes flying backward. Her attempt to block the onrushing Pegasus fails even to slow it down. The force of the impact knocks Saber back, slamming her brutally onto the ground. There's no time to be lying down. Pegasus turns midair and resumes its glide without so much as pausing. She can't possibly brace herself. Her only option is to try to evade. Even if she manages that, the after effects of its passage will chip away at her defenses. If this keeps up, it will hit her eventually. The white light streaks down towards her. Pegasus sails far over the heads and overhead and knocks Saber backward before sweeping back to the skies. Saber can't possibly reach it. There's no wall she can kick off of, not up here. Even if she could, there's no way she'd actually reach Pegasus. Despite her disadvantage, Saber waits for an opportunity to fight back. Pegasus it may be, but it's a living creature, so she'd still be able to kill it if she just gets a chance. Her only opportunity for victory is if Ryder makes a mistake at the reins.
驚きました。見かけによらず頑丈ですね。あなたは。
Ryder's voice comes from above. Saber grips her sword tightly as she looks up.
ですが、それに意味はありますか？あなたには勝ち目などない。散るしかないのなら、潔く消えなさい。
Ryder's voice is calm. Even so, I hear just the slightest bit of joy in it.
幻想種だとは睨んでいましたが、まさかそんなものを持ち出してくるとは思いませんでした。ライダー。
A phantasmal species. As the name suggests, it refers to creatures which exist within an illusion. Humanoids like fairies and giants, demonic creatures like Oni and dragons. If they are considered mystics, that alone makes them superior to magecraft. It's the law of nature for mystics to be destroyed by other, stronger mystics. In the same way magecraft grows in power with knowledge, phantasmal species accumulate power from their longevity. Even if a human masters magecraft, the most they can accumulate is about 500 years worth of it. Take a species that's lived since ancient times, there's just no contest between a mystic that's only 500 years old. But it's been a long, long time since humans and phantasmals existed in the same world. The longer the phantasmal has lived, the further it's distanced itself from this world. The only phantasmal species in the modern world are a scant few hundred years old. So Saber expected Phantasmal Rider has to be her mount to be only a few hundred years old.
信頼のものを持ち出すとは随分と業が深いようですね、ライダー。
ええ、私はあなたたちとは違う。むしろあなたたちの敵だったものに過ぎない。故に私が操るのはあなたたちが駆逐してきた。
She's more in depth than this, but that's fine.
なるほど。歪んでいるとは思いましたが、英霊ではなく悪鬼の類でしたか、あなたは。
Correct.
せいぜい呪いなさい。あなたでは私の子に触れることさえできないのだから。
But the funny thing is, she's not truly an evil demon. But we'll get into that later. The Pegasus rests its wing in the air. It's a giant arrow aimed at Saber's heart, ready to fire at a moment's notice. She glares at the creature and thinks. Pegasus itself is not a powerful phantasmal species. A typical Pegasus is just a phantasmal that can only match a demonic beast in power. Were that the case, it would be easy to defeat with Saber's invisible air alone. But it isn't the case. That Pegasus has existed since the Age of Gods, and has long since reached the level of Phantasmal. The horse is nearing the level of the dragon race, considering to be the strongest of all Phantasmals. At the very least, its defenses are probably already at the level of a dragon race, since Pegasus possesses divine protection that exceeds even Saber's, whose magic resistance is unparalleled. The way it glides through the air, trailing massive amounts of magical energy, is like a castle wall bearing down on Saber. It can't be possible to avoid or repel something like that. But something else is odd here. Ryder simply summoned Pegasus and has no true name of its own. To Ryder, Pegasus is little more than, say, a favorite dagger. And that means she has yet to use her noble phantasm. Even in her dire predicament, the possibility of defeat never enters Saber's mind. Instead, she thinks her chance will come when Ryder really starts to get serious. Whatever Ryder's noble phantasm might be, it'll have no trouble destroying a building like this. She just needs to focus on defending herself and staying alive. Then all she'll have to do is cut Ryder down as soon as an opportunity presents itself. Yes, If only her master hadn't shown up. If only. What? Yeah, same line as before. Legendary mystic, only heard about a myth. A Pegasus? The identity of Ryder's noble phantasm. Could that be what scorched the rooftop and forced Saber to her knees? I see that Ryder is, as her class name suggests, riding a horse tearing across the sky. What the? I shift my focus from Ryder. I thought I heard something. Shinji, I know you're here. Come on out. I can't tell how strong Ryder is while she's on Pegasus. All I can tell is that the White Fiend has more magical energy in it than a few hundred mages can muster. No wonder the roof is a charred mess. That monster can destroy damn near anything around it just by running across it. And if that thing charges up from up in the sky, even Saber won't be able to avoid it. Quit hiding. I came here like you asked, so show yourself. It's a race against time. I need to defeat Shinji. If I defeat the Master, Ryder will disappear. I hear laughter. Shinji must be hiding somewhere. Shinji! Only his voice echoes. I fight down my impatience and try to focus on the sound of his laughter. Damn, the wind's so strong. I can't tell where the laughter's coming from. Shinji! Don't rush. Let him talk. Let him talk all he wants. The more he talks, the better chance I have of finding him. This is bad. Pegasus is still high up in the sky, tips its head towards Saber. The vortex of magical energy whirls faster, as if it knows no limit. If that thing comes at us at full speed, it'll blow the entire roof apart. There is something to be said about a character that's just overtly evil. Just purely just evil to be evil. Why you? Shinji! Saber! A white comet streaks towards us. And at that moment, a storm rages around me. Saber! For the first time, she forgets her enemy in battle. She's furious with her master for walking into this death trap. But she's also angry with herself for failing to anticipate him doing so. All those thoughts are cast aside now. What else can she do? Even now, in the midst of danger, she can see only concern for her well-being in his eyes. He's always been like this, actually. He may have understood that she was an exceptional knight, but that's never how he saw her. Ryder's giggling voice reaches her even now. Ryder touches Pegasus' neck with both her hands, and the beast's wings beat harder.
けれどここなら覗き見される恐れはない。あなたを誘い出したのはここでなら都合がいいからと分かりましたか。
Something begins to form in Ryder's hands. It seems insignificant, really. A glittering golden rope.
それが貴様の宝具か、ライダー。
ええ、私の趣味ではありません。この子は優しすぎて戦いには向いていない。だからこんなものでは使わないとその気になってくれないの。
Pegasus lowers its head. This feral nature is not inborn within the creatures itself, but coaxed from it by Ryder's touch.
消えなさい、サイバー。たとえあなたが生き延びようと、あなたのマスターは私からは逃げられない。マスターさえ死ねば、頑丈なあなたもそれまででしょう。
It is the inarguable truth. Ryder's noble phantasm will utterly destroy the roof. If she hurried, she might be able to carry Shiro away and escape, but Ryder won't stop at just destroying the rooftop. Her master is not strong enough to survive the collapsing building. Meaning, to protect her master, she'll have to destroy her enemy, Pegasus and all. She doesn't have time to think about whether this is the right thing to do. She glances one final time at her master, still some distance from her. He's doing his best to fill his role simply by gritting his teeth and keeping back.
風よ。
The last of her hesitation fades. What is ahead no longer matters. All that matters is this moment, and in it she must be at her master's blade and defeat the enemy they now face.
やれないだ。まずはその女だ。跡形も残すなよ。
I hear the jarring, grating snout. In that moment, Pegasus ascends higher and vanishes from sight. Pegasus flies up into the air. It's already lost its form. It rises up as if to shoot through the moon, and then continues its arc by flapping its wings, powering itself down towards the ground. The blazing white comet streaks downward. It becomes an arrow of searing white light, but Ryder continues urging it on. There's only one target. It intends to annihilate its enemy entirely, and the isolated garden in the sky along with it. She speaks his name. If a noble phantasm is a miracle that is released by speaking its true name. It is divine lightning. A thunderous flash. There's no emotion in her eyes as she looks on.
この場所ならば人目につかないと言ったな、ライダー。
The wind unfurls from her blade, and it becomes a storm.
どうかな。地上を焼き払う例もない。
The seal is broken. Layers of wind unfold from her blade. Her sword is finally visible. A storm rages before my eyes. The white light descends upon the rooftop. Saber, though she is the sole focus of that light, doesn't move. Saber? The raging wind, she's the source. No, not Saber herself. Her sword. Eh? I can't believe what I'm seeing. The blade should be invisible, but there it is. Like unwrapping bandages, the wind slowly coils away from her blade. A golden sword? The wind rages on. The multiple layers of seals peel away. The bands of wind dissolve into the air. She readies her now visible sword and turns back towards Pegasus as it dives toward her. Ryder approaches as a brilliant flare of light. Bellerophone is now large enough to engulf the entire rooftop. It's only picking up speed to destroy us, building and all. The bridle of chivalry lights upon the rooftop. Time stops. In the face of inescapable destruction, my mind goes blank. But the light, it's not coming from the bridle of chivalry. The light churns and builds upon itself. The light of Ryder's mount is brilliant, but it can't hold a candle to the purity I see in this one. Saber is holding the ultimate sacred sword that has collected the lights of the stars. A single line of brilliant light. It's a blade of light shearing through everything it touches. The beam of light destroys Ryder utterly as it cleaves through the clouds and disappears into the night sky. Most likely, if that sword had been used on the ground, it would have carved a trail of devastation through the city. Her sword is not unseeable. It simply does not reveal itself. It is the golden sword that captivates all who behold it, with a true name of surpassing fame. Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. A sword that is said to have existed in England, a sword wielded by the king, who has become the very symbol of knighthood. The strongest of the serpent's noble phantasms, sealed by several bounded fields. That is Saber's proof of her place as a hero. Silence falls over the rooftop. The wind has died down, and not so much as a breeze whispers back across the roof. I stand dazed in place. I can't approach Saber. I'm still too confused to act, or maybe I'm just captivated by her sword. My mind is racing, and I can't seem to think of much that makes sense. Why does she have that sword? That golden sword belongs to a famous knightly king. Everyone knows who. As I try to figure out how she came to have something like that, I realize my mind is doing everything it can to deny the simplest of the possible answers. I don't need to be making all these assumptions. That sword's always been hers. And that's why her true name is so easy to figure out. The owner of that sacred sword can only have one name. Saber remains motionless where she stands. I should approach her, but my body won't listen. I've been told so many times that Saber is a heroic spirit, but now that I've seen for myself that she is indeed a great hero of the past, I hesitate to even get closer to her. I hear a shriek. Something is burning in the shadows. I turn to look. I see the burning book slowly dissolving into a pile of ash, and... I see Shinji cringing as he watches the book burn. Shinji. He must have realized how much trouble he's in now that Ryder's been defeated. Shinji turns and sprints towards the exit from the rooftop. Hey! He leaps through the door to the stairway. Wait, Shinji! I can't let him get away again. The moment I turn to pursue Shinji, just out of the corner of my eye, I see Saber collapse. My mind stops. Shinji's fleeing and Saber has fallen to the ground. I should... Shinji's not a threat anymore. He's literally not a threat. He's not even a factor anymore. I can't leave Saber alone. Ryder's gone and the book that acted as Shinji's command spell is burned to ash. Shinji doesn't have a servant anymore and he's lost his command spells. The contest is good as over. Saber's my priority now. That's exactly my thought train. It's just like he can't do anything. With Ryder gone, he's screwed. Saber! I rushed to her. She's not holding the golden sword anymore. It's disappeared. And now there's just Saber lying on the ground. Eh? Saber's in bad shape. Beads of sweat trickle down her brow and her breath is shallow, labored. She looks like she's got a fever. No way. Hey, Saber, what's going on? I call out to Saber nervously, but she doesn't respond. She's out cold. Saber? I touch her forehead. It's hot. I jerk my hand away. It's unnaturally hot. She's got to be running a fever of over 40 degrees. Celsius, obviously. Saber, hey, pull yourself together. I call out to her, but her only response is shallow, anguished breathing. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what to do, but I can't just stand around. I'm going to take you home. I'll deal with any complaints later. I lift Saber up. She's so light. I knew that, of course, but now she seems even lighter. No, more than that, she's warm. That means she's still alive. Saber is still the person I've known all this time. I'm pissed with myself for even hesitating. Damn. What's it matter if she's a hero? No matter who Saber is, she's still here. She's still warm. How much of an idiot was I for putting up this wall between us before? We're going home quick. Just hold still, Saber. I start running, Saber in my arms. There's no sense of triumph from this victory. All I feel is Saber in my arms, barely breathing. Gee, thanks, Rin. You are such a help.
和室に寝かせてきたけど、あの分じゃしばらく目を覚まさないでしょうね。
Again, thanks, Rin. Thanks for taking a look. I wouldn't have been able to treat Saber.
まあ、鎧を脱がせて楽にさせただけだから、お礼を言われるほどじゃないわ。セイバーの体も良くならないし、私は何もしてないもの。
But I'm still glad Tasaka was here. The moment I arrived home carrying Saber, Tasaka understood what was going on. It's been an hour. She tried telling Saber what she was going to do, and then took her armor off.
それで何があったの？シンジを探しに行って帰ってきたと思ったらセイバーがあれでしょ？一波乱あったのはわかるけど説明してくれないかしら？
I don't know how to explain. Saber's noble phantasm. I shouldn't disclose her true name. I can't decide on my own to reveal that. Ryder's been defeated. Shinji lost his command spells and dropped out. But Saber used her noble phantasm, then collapsed right after.
セイバーの宝具ね。まあ、追求するのは勘弁してあげるわ。今のあなたたちはそれどころじゃないものね。
Why? What do you mean? The least of my concerns.
言葉通りの意味よ。あなただってうすうすは気づいているんでしょ。このままじゃセイバーが消えるってことぐらい。
What? She says it so calmly. Tasaka just casually brings up one thing I've been trying so hard to avoid. Disappear? You're saying Saber's going to disappear?
当然でしょ。セイバーの魔力はほとんど空っぽなのよ。セイバーの宝具がどんなものだったかは知らないけど、よっぽど魔力を使うものだったんでしょうね。
That it did.
セイバーは自分の中の魔力をほぼ消費してしまった。今彼女が苦しんでいるのはね、消えようとしている自分を必死に留めているからよ。
She's going to disappear because she doesn't have any magical energy. So you're saying that Saber's going to disappear even though she's not hurt?
ええ。サーバントにとっては外的ダメージより魔力切れの方が深刻な問題よ。霊体であるサーバントに肉体を与えているのは魔力だもの。それがなくなれば消えるしかない。もっともそんなことにならないようにマスターはサーバントに魔力を送るんだけど、あなたはそれができないでしょ。だからセイバーは自分の魔力だけで戦うしかない。切れたらそれまでよ。こんなこと一番初めに説明したでしょ。
Again, Rin, thanks for the help in the fight that you weren't there for. That is definitely what Saber said. She was fine before, and Saber said she could recover if she slept.
それはセイバーの魔力量が桁外れだったからよ。そうね、確かにセイバーの魔力はまだ残ってる。彼女ならまだ消えずに肉体を保つぐらいの魔力は回復できるとは思う。けど結局はそこ止まりよ。セイバーはずっと今の状態で戦うことになる。宝具を使うなんてもってのほか。次に宝具を使えばセイバーは間違いなく消え去るでしょうね。
She'll disappear if she uses her noble phantasm. Well, I wouldn't want Saber fighting like this at all. I don't ever want to see Saber on her knees in that kind of pain again.
理解できた？結局セイバーを以前の状態に戻す方法は2つだけよ。マスターがサーバントに魔力を提供するか、サーバントが自分で魔力を補充するか。
A servant collecting it themselves. That would mean killing innocent people like Ryder. That's impossible. Saber would never do that. She said herself that she'd never do such a thing.
でしょうね。一般人を犠牲にするぐらいならセイバーは潔く消えるでしょう。なら方法は一つだけよ。セイバーを消したくないのならあなたが魔力を提供するしかないわ。
Right, so how do we force that channel open? If I could, I would have done that long a time ago. But I don't know how to give her magical energy. I can't do everything you can.
まあね、共有の魔術を教えてあげても間に合わない。シローは魔術師に向いてないから覚えるのに1年ぐらいかかるだろうし、覚えたところで使えないわ。まあ召喚時にセイバーとパスは通っているはずだから、まだ他に方法があるかもしれないけど。いい？セイバーを助けたいのなら彼女自身に人を吸わせて魂を食べさせるしかない。
No.
それはあなたにも分かってると思うけど。
No. That's the most realistic method. But it's...
もちろんセイバーは嫌がるでしょ。
No.
けど放っておけば遅かれ早かれセイバーは消えて、あなたは他のマスターから狙われることになる。
The answer is no. Saber's going to disappear? I can't even consider that. I still remember the warmth of her body when I carried her.
なら答えは一つよ。レイジを使いなさい、エミ役。それで最悪の事態は避けられる。
She keeps trying to force this issue like it's no big deal. It's very much a big deal, and we're not doing it. What she's trying to say is, I need to order Saber to kill innocent people. I can't say anything. I resent what Tasaka is saying, but there's a part of me that has to admit it could be one of our options.
決断はあなたに任せるわ。セイバーは眠らせておけば落ち着くだろうけど、それでも限界は近いでしょうね。
Tasaka leaves the living room. I can't even lift my head. All I can do is listen to the sound of her footsteps receding down the hall. Okay. So it only took to day 10/11. February 10th. Dragon slaying. So first thing we're going to do, I'm going to look at, like, never figured out their true name. But we do know what their noble phantasm is, which is all abilities increased by 1 rank when used. AC also becomes plus 100. Anti-army, range 2 to 50 meters, I imagine. Max target 300 persons. A physical attack using a beast from an Age of Gods with similar extreme advance that crushes the target. Maximum speed is said to be 400 to 500 kilometers per hour. From the protection of the Pegasus when used, is the highest level noble phantasm in both offense and defense. Also, Bellerophon is the name of the boy who rode the Pegasus in Greek mythology. Other Blood Seal Temple. Bound to Field of Blood, dissolves humans that get trapped inside. The dissolved human becomes red blood, absorbed by the Bounded Field's user. Its original use is to absorb magical energy. Can ride even mythical and divine beasts as long as they are beasts. However, this does not apply to dragon species, which is why she doesn't ride dragon species. Has divine spirit aptitude, but most of it has degenerated. Every time heroic spirit rank is a beast or demon increases, this decreases. So 0 profile. Somehow chaotic good alignment. Noble Phantasm was A+, which we established. And all of her stats go up by +1, so agility goes up, strength goes up, magic goes up, luck goes up, and constitution goes up by +1 whenever she uses the bridle. Do we have any information on Caster? No. And that's fine. Assassin, we already went over the other day. Heracles is skilled in every aspect. There's a big problem with personality during his childhood. He beat his liar teacher to death over a trivial matter. He spent his days as a shepherd until adulthood in order to form himself as a composed man. Heracles, who grew up being a fine man, accomplished many great deeds that caused the king of Thebes to grant his daughter Megara to him. They had 2 children and earned the right to succeed the king. Heracles was young and strong and had already become an existence that no human could hope to defeat. It seemed that if the rest of Heracles' life with his family was going to be smooth sailing. However, Zeus' wife Hera detested Heracles because he was the child of Zeus and a human, and influenced his fate at every opportunity. Hera instilled madness in Heracles, which made him go insane. He ended up killing Megara and his 2 children. Troubled by the sins that he committed, he received an oracle. He was to atone by becoming a slave for Eurystheus. The man who snatched the kingship that would be originally been his to claim. Eurystheus was jealous of the young hero. Heracles gave him many difficult tasks, learning they would stay a slave until he finished them. They were all labors that could not be achieved by regular humans. They became widely known as the 12 labors of Heracles. There were only 10 labors that the gods had imposed as punishment for Heracles' sins, but 2 more labors were added by Eurystheus because he did not approve of the fulfillment of 2 of them. But Heracles managed to complete even those tasks, and may have been because he had been granted freedom, but he received an immortal body as proof of his great deeds. This marked the beginning of the legend of the greatest hero of Greece, Heracles, who accomplished deeds equivalent to the Argo expedition and Trojan War by himself. However, Heracles' life after that was filled with madness. Hera's hatred was endless, and Heracles, who was supposed to be immortal, was poisoned by one of his wives. The great hero who fought a competitive battle against the sun god as a human was slowly getting killed due to the goddess's persistent jealousy. While on the verge of his death, Heracles burned his own body, which is still afflicted with poison, and entrusted himself to Zeus's judgment. The gods approved of Heracles' great deeds in a conference and prepared a seat for him at Olympus after his death, effectively deifying him. Heracles went mad many times in Greek mythology, but originally he was an excellent soldier who could use any weapon. Heracles actually possesses attributes that could allow him to be categorized in any of the regular servant classes, excluding Castor. The best noble phantasm that he owns was earned during the 12 labors. It was a bow called 9 Lives. So he could technically have been at any point in his life, but because of his madness, like in one of his variations, he became a berserker this time. Immortality was gained from the god's blessing curse. Turns the body into sturdy armor, nullifies all attacks at ranked B or lower. Increases rank of the parameter, but takes away most of one's reasoning. Ability to survive. Makes it possible to fight on the verge of death and survive long as there is no definitive fatal wounds. avoiding danger by intuition or sixth sense. Ability to nullify mental interference, such as coercion, confusion, and bedazzlement. It also has the effect of increasing combat damage. However, because he is currently being madness enhanced due to his class ability, this cannot take effect. So Valor just never takes effect because he's mad. Divinity. Whether or not one has divine aptitude, the higher it is, the more physically mixed with divine spirits one is. Being Zeus' son and having been welcomed by the gods after his death, Heracles' divine spirit aptitude has been considered to be the highest of class. So we have nothing for them. We know Ryder's dead. Magic resistance, independent action. Curse Spear that always pierces the heart if it strikes. Fatal thrust from Demonic Spear, Gay Bull. True abilities reverse cause infect. Cause the spear to thrust after it has already penetrated the opponent's art. Since the spear has struck before even being thrust, it is impossible to defend or prevent it. The result has already been decided. High agility cannot prevent Gay Bulg. Instead, high luck is necessary to reverse one's fortunes before Gay Bulg is activated. So basically, if you have a high enough luck stat, you get out of this. But agility is not enough. So you're already pierced before he even does anything. Like, that's his whole power. So let's see. Oh, they actually... Like, why is her Noble Phantasm only C-Class? This is totally a lie, by the way. Now they just Saber use magical energy for sword flank, utilize it for dense for the movement. This might have physically a young girl because of her massive amounts of magical energy. As ordinary weapons, no powerful divine protection cannot endure her magical energy filled attacks and would be destroyed in a single blow. Bearer of the Wind King. So she's in instances where the target of the attack has a resistance to modification caused by visual disturbances, modification of hit accuracy due to the barrier of the Wind King will be ineffective. In addition to making the blade invisible, also release compressed wind, shoot a high single-use projectile target. In this case, damage is limited to and isn't affected by Saber's own magical energy or physical strength. Yokosoku Sareta Suri no Ken. Excalibur. And again, the thing about this is, like, her base Noble Phantasm is C rank. That makes sense. But her actual Noble Phantasm, Excalibur, is A plus rank. Anti-Fortress type. Basically infinite range. And maximum target 1,000 people. So it's not the same as anti-personnel. But with the power that this thing fucking wields, it basically just nukes everything, right? Sword of Light is not a man-made weapon, but a divine construct forged by the stars. Within the category of holy swords, it is the greatest noble phantasm. It is a holy sword that converts the user's magic energy into light, increases momentum by convergence in acceleration, and makes it possible to use magical energy at the level of the divine spirit. To an outsider, it looks like a large belt of light, but it actually only has a hitbox at the tip of the light, and is the ultimate slashing attack that cuts through everything along the faults that are formed by the light. The massive magical energy gives heat to everything other than the tip as well, and as a result, it gets taken by a wave of light that mows down everything above the ground. It could even be called a directional energy weapon. All right, cool. So we're going to call it there because it is past midnight, which is a lot farther than I thought I was going to get tonight. But thank you for being here. Thank you for watching all that fun stuff. !socials. Join the social if you haven't already. I will see everybody next time. Tomorrow is Wednesday, right? Question mark. So, yeah, we're probably going to continue along. And we have finally, after all of this time, defeated one single solitary servant. There is one less master on the field. There are 6 remaining. We're already down into the trenches of everything. And honestly, thank God. Because I was wondering how soon we were going to get to that point. And given how long it took to get to this point, yeesh. But we're going to continue on and see how far we can get. And I swear, if this is a month-long thing, it's oh yeah, 30 days later, I'm going to lose my shit. But we'll figure that out. Anyway, take care, everybody. Have a good night. Bye.